Principal JNV Rangareddy, and other principals of NVS Hyderabad region. In the welcome address, Sri KV Subbareddy stated that the main aim of the Regional Children's Science Congress is to provide a forum for the students' creativity and innovation by watching and doing experiments, to visit the labs of international standards, to meet various scientists face to face and learn from their experiences, to prepare young generation to face challenges by encouraging the developments of experimental and investigative skills. So this year around 100 students are identified from 77 JNVs to participate in Regional Children's Science Congress. It is conducted in virtual mode because of COVID-19 pandemic. Sir welcomed eminent scientists, speakers, assistant professors who are going to share expertise with the students of Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti A1 program. In this regard, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Manjari Kiran and Dr. Shashi Kiran from School of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad, and Dr. Sarita Vig, Department of Earth and Space Sciences, Indian Institute of Space Technology, Trivandrum, and Dr. Ashwin Dalal, Head of the Diagnostic Division, Center for the DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, Hyderabad, participated in the Day 1 program. The guest of honor of the program, Sri Gopala Krishna, Deputy Commissioner NLA Rangareddy, mentioned the crucial role played by the NVS during the pandemic. NV is the only government institution which conducted virtual classes and helped the students to continue their learning without any hindrances. He also stated that the program like RCSC should not be a standalone program. Instead, these are to be practiced in all schools and it can be institutionalized. The planning should be done from the day 1 of the academic year, and children are made partners and the teachers are architects of the planning. Learning while doing, the students' participation should be encouraged at the JNV level while illuminating the experimental learning. Illuminating about the NEP 2020, he threw light on the experiential learning, joyful learning and experimental learning. So less motivated should be concentrated, and motivated and ignited students should get attention through the this type of programs. This program should develop the taste for the learning of the students. So the chief guest of the program, Srimati G. Anasuya, Deputy Commissioner, NVS Regional Office, Hyderabad, stated that the Regional Children's Science Congress is a flagship program of Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, it was not conducted last year, but to motivate the students this year, it is conducted through virtual mode. It's a boon in disguise because instead of selecting students, it gave an opportunity. Instead of selected students, it has given opportunity to all students to participate in the online mode. She also told the students make use of the opportunity and get benefited from this valuable program. So NVS has been conducting many flagship programs since inception, and RCSC is one among them. Since 1989, NVS has conducting science exhibitions for the past 3 decades. The program like RCSC helps the students to improve their academics and also motivate them to choose their career in sciences. She also urged all the principals of NVS Hyderabad region to make use of Atal Tinkering Lab for STEM integration effectively and to encourage every student to participate actively. Soon after the chief guest address, Daniel Ratnakumar, Principal JNV Rangareddy, expressed his gratitude to the support given by the Deputy Commissioner NVS RO Hyderabad, Sri Anasuya, and Sri T. Gopala Krishna, Deputy Commissioner NLI Rangareddy. He also extended his deep sense of gratitude to the Sri Radha Krishnan, Assistant Commissioner, Sri Benny Joseph, Assistant Commissioner, and Sri Anuradha, Assistant Commissioner, NVS RO Hyderabad, and all the principals of JNV of Hyderabad region. So discourses of eminent scientists, speakers. Immediately after the inaugural session, interactions with the scientists have begun. The eminent speakers, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Manjari Kiran, and Dr. Shashish Kiran of Department of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad, interacted with the students on recent trends in biological research. Dr. Vivek is expertise in the field of C4 photosynthesis, taxonomic functioning of organization of gut microbes, biota, and a visiting scientist of ICRISAT. Dr. Vivek started his session posing a question how our understanding of biology has progressed. After that, he elucidated the children's on major challenging for the discovery, need to be developed vaccines during the pandemic and other challenges. He illuminated on scope to go deeper inside to address these challenges. So one should deep into the molecular basis of these challenges has to be looked. So he threw light on controlling factor behind the molecular activity as genes. Every organism has a genetic blueprint or genomic blueprint. So to explore more molecular genetic blueprint to be mined to poke into the various challenges. As humans are not suitable to use an experimental organism, to know the molecular activities model organisms are to be constructed for the better understanding of genetic analysis. He also stated that the various other organisms who explore by biologists for molecular mechanisms such as Drosophila, E. coli, bacteriophages, C. elegans, and Arabidopsis thaliana. Dr. Vivek explained the participants about the molecular mechanism and motivated them to develop interest in science and research. This session followed by the Dr. Manjari Kiran. Dr. Manjari Kiran has expertise in cancer genomics, RNA biology, computation biology. She frequently uses the data available in the public domain regarding the nucleotide sequences and protein sequences. Presently, she is working as associate assistant professor in Department of Life Sciences at University of Hyderabad. She illuminated on the international nucleotide sequence database and collaboration and extracting the data from the public domain like GenBank, NCBI, NIG, DDBJ, EMBL, etc. She expressed that analysis of the data helps the researchers to compare genes with one another. She also dealt different modes of analysis, analyzing the protein database from domains like UniProt, PDF, SwissProt, and explained how to construct computational models of unknown proteins from known protein structure available to us. She advised the children to go through the Flive database of Drosophila, MGI database for mice, SGD database for the yeast, ZFIN for the zebrafish, and worm database for the C. elegans. And she also insisted to compare and analyze the genomic database of different model organisms to look into the insight. She also highlighted on the need for the looking into the recent trends like coding in biology, which is in the form of bioinformatics career, high throughput experiments, genome manipulation, genograph experiment, and bench to bed. After that, Dr. Shashi Kiran interacted with the students on how to manipulate genetic blueprint of an organism. His expertise in protein ubiquitation in cell processing and diseases, HPV-induced oncogenesis, and post-translation modification in cellular activities. Dr. Shashi Kiran stated that the 10% of the human population or 0.8 billion people are suffering from genetic diseases or disorders. And he also gave examples from well-known Bollywood and Hollywood movie titles like Barfi, Pa, Tare Zameen Par, Hichki, and The Fundamental of Caring, which deal with the genetic disorders and stressed on the manipulation of genetic blueprint. He defined the genetic disorder as abnormality in the gene sequence. He gave a classical example of sickle cell anemia, which is caused due to single nucleotide mutations. He introduced the wonderful concept of CRISPR as an alternative technique to get rid of those genomic defects. So CRISPR is a technology that can be used to edit the genes. He explained the mechanism to eliminate errors in the gene. He also gave A brief idea of this technology comprises and their functionalities. So nowadays it has become abundant, available technology and become very popular due to the simplicity, specificity and economy. Dr. Shashi Kiran shared in detail the application of CRISPR in cancer treatment and organ transplantation. He threw more light on recent pig kidney and heart transplantation to humans by just modifying some markers in the gene using CRISPR technology, which is benefiting in future for organ transplantation. In pre-lunch session, Dr. Sarita Vig from the Department of Earth and Space Sciences, Indian Institute of Space and Technology, Trivandrum, has delivered a wonderful talk on cosmic wonders. She emphasized more on solar system, stars, elements of life, and how the formation of these took place. She explained the birth and the characteristic features of sun, planets, stars, and exoplanets. She detailed her she detailed about Kepler 62 system, Tripassic 1 system, exoplanets, and alien life. She concluded her discourse by explaining astronomy and astrophysics and its advancement in the recent times, and as a lunch section started at 2:15 p.m. by Dr. Ashwin Dalal, Head of Diagnostic Division, Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, Hyderabad. He shared his experience with the children regarding the genetic. He explained the story of ATGC, genetic code of life, how the nucleotides shape our life and what they decide or how they lead to some problems. So which need to solve. He started his interaction by talking about AC DNA molecule and explained a change in the nucleotide leads to problems. Finding out this sequence error will help to solve the problems. Dr. Ashwin Dalal highlighted error in the genome and comparing finding in DNA error is as difficult as finding a needle in a hashtag. But this can be identified through computational analysis of nucleotide sequence with the vast available technology. He also highlighted the mechanism of gene sequencing and tailor-made organisms. He raised various genetist dilemma by saying the errors are as a result of mutation or polymorphism, which may cause a disease-causing variant, maybe non-pathogenic variant. He explained the personalized medicine, that is right treatment to right patient at right time, by using thiopurine methyl transferase as a good example. He also expressed about the predictive medicine as the future captured gathers the genes and proteins and metabolites in the newly born baby, which was kept in a chip to predict the medicine needed in the future. He highlighted the COVID-19 virus testing and explained the virus structure and layout of testing centers and testing using real-time PCR. He also explained the role played by the CDFD in testing process of new variants which are coming previously in future. Dr. Ashwin is an Dr. Ashwin is an alumni of JNV South Goa and recalled his experiences in JNV and informed the students about various resources available in the JNVs. These resources certainly help the students to gain knowledge and to reach heights in their chosen fields. At the end of this discourse, he interacted with the participants and answered all queries in detail. In the last session of the day one, participants were asked to attend online quiz developed by Bhaskar Kumar, Principal, JNV, Mahbub Nagar. This quiz consists of 60 questions covering wide area of mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, general science, astronomy, etc. And students participated actively and submitted their responses on time. By this, the Day 1 Regional Science Congress 2021-22 has come to an end. I'm very much thankful for the providing me this opportunity to review and report the Day 1 session. Thank you very much. Over to host.
Thank you so much, sir, Raghavendra sir from JNV Srikakulam,
Thank you,
for
sir.
this elaborative and accurate reporting.
Thank you very
Now,
much.
good morning. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Uh, Respected Deputy Commissioner, ma'am, G. Anusriya, ma'am, our in charge Assistant Commissioner, sir, K.V. Subba Reddy, sir. A warm welcome, sir. Respected G. Manoj Kumar, sir, Assistant Professor, sir, from University of Hyderabad. Respected Dr. M. Hanumantha, sir, from Advanced Center of Energy Material under University of Hyderabad. A warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here, sir. I request our Honorable Deputy Commissioner, ma'am, if she wants to say something, ma'am. You are mute, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Very good morning to one and all. Wish you all the best for the second day session. I wish the students to make use of it very effectively without missing any of the session and get motivated for your designing your future career. All the best, all of you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request our G. Manoj Kumar, sir, uh, Assistant Professor, sir, Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials. Sir's research interests are in laser spectroscopy, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, and Raman spectroscopy, chemometrics for detection of high-energy materials plus LIBS, combustion modeling, simulation, and presently, Sir is working as the assistant professor in the advanced research of in high energy materials in University of Hyderabad. A warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have the pleasure of having among us Dr. M. Hanumantha, sir. Sir is a postdoctoral research associate in ACRHEM, University of Hyderabad. Sir has been a research fellow in Energetics Research Institute, Nanyang Technological University, NTU, Singapore. And during 2005 to 2007, Sir has been a faculty of Department of Chemistry in Priyadarshini Degree and PG College. Sir had the awards of Honorary Judge of the Annual Research Award 2020, Honorary Judge of the Annual Research Award 2019, and Honorary Judge of the Spark Science Fair 2017. A warm welcome, sir. Now I request Manoj sir to proceed with the session, sir. Thank you
Thank,
so much for being here, sir.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning to one and all, particularly the young scientists and young minds. How are you doing?
Fine, sir.
Fine, sir. How are you, sir?
Yes, all energetic for today's session.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, before I start, see, this will be a very simple session. The idea is to arouse curiosity in you, which is already there, but somehow it gets closed and closed and closed as we grow older. But you are a scientist, whether you do a research or not, you are a scientist. Feel free to ask any question in between if you do not understand. And this is going to be a little bit participatory also. So you have to participate. That these are the two conditions. Ask questions. Now ask question means that there are two possibilities that I'll be able to answer those questions, or some questions I'll not be able to answer. So that is the nature of questioning. The beauty of questioning is that if somebody knows everything, then what is the fun? So ask the questions. If I know, I'll tell you. If I do not know, I'll not be able to tell. So let's start the presentation. Can you see the presentation? PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So today is a little bit
Yes, sir.
uh, symmetric date, 22 to 22. Did you observe?
Yes, sir.
And also,
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
today is Tuesday, sir.
Okay. Why do you say that huge day? Any other relevance?
Two, two.
Acha, acha, okay. Tuesday. Yes. Tuesday and Tuesday. So the title of my talk is Let's Throw Some Light on Garbage. So we'll be literally throwing light on garbage. What is the plan of the talk? So garbage, there are different kinds, but today I'm going to focus on the plastic. What is plastic? Why it is garbage when it is so useful? To start with, I'll introduce the problem. I'll state the problem. I'll take the help of several other questions, related questions. That is part one. In part two, I'll actually give you the demo. I'll take you to the lab. The down right side, what do you see is the actual photograph of the lab. We'll be going live and I'll be showing uh, the use of this instrument, how this instrument is used, what is this instrument, and what happens when you throw light on garbage, what are the questions we are looking for, how this instrument helps in answering those questions. So during part two, I suggest that you should have a pen and a paper that is needed actually. So though it is a demonstration and visit to the lab, I would require some notes to be taken because it will be helpful. And part three, it's a very interesting thing. We have an interaction with a DRDO scientist, Defense Research and Development Organization. Dr. Sri Ramana will be joining. You might be knowing what is DRDO or you might not be knowing. You can interact with him. You can ask as many questions. Do not hesitate. This question is relevant, simple, complex. You just ask. He's also going to show us some videos. It's going to be exciting. And during this first half of the lecture, I'll also be showing a couple of videos. So you can ask question at any time. That is the understanding. So they say water, water everywhere. But with the plastic use growing, it is plastic, plastic everywhere. Can you think of any aspect of your life or application where plastic is not used? It is to that extent. It's colorful, different shapes, different forms, aesthetics, usability. So very good. Until this, it is very good. It's very appealing. It's very useful material. If this material was not there, it would be difficult to think how the life would have been. The simple activities which we do in life, how we would have conducted them. But the problem comes here. Until I use, it is very good. It's like the perfect material. But once I finish the use of the material, it turns into a problem. I'm referring to the pollution, and particularly the plastic pollution. Okay, before going ahead, I'm just indicating there's a problem with the, yeah, somebody's mic is on. Could you please, everybody, switch off your mic? Yeah, I think some mic is on. I request all the participants to switch off their mic. There's a large echo.
Yeah, participants, please switch off your mic.
Okay, it is settled. Okay, so that is the start of the problem, that there is a problem. But then how do we solve this problem? So let us ask some questions. You might feel I'm asking some relevant questions. 20 karat gold, 24 karat gold. It's a costly item. So how do we know when we go to a shop, when we buy, it is in fact gold? And if it is gold, is it pure gold?
Manoj sir, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, sir. If
Yes.
you will press F5, no, sir, F5.
Yes.
If you press F5, sir, it will be on full screen, sir.
Okay.
Presentation, sir.
Is it for me? It's full screen.
Yeah,
I'm in.
yeah, it will be on full screen.
Please check, ma'am, because I'm in full screen mode already. Please check.
Uh, it's not showing as
No, sir. No,
slideshow.
sir. In the PPT, you have to make it
Yeah, I
plus
have
five.
made it
No, no. It is only visible only for me.
now.
Screen? No, no. It's not a full screen mode.
Yeah, for me it is full screen.
Slideshow mode. If you
Yeah.
It's
go
in
there,
the
sir.
slide.
Now
Yeah.
I have removed slideshow. I have pressed F5. Now I have removed. Now let me press F5. This F5. Please tell me if it
No, no,
is.
no.
No, then there is some issue.
Slideshow पे कीजिए sir. Please
हाँ
click on the slide.
हाँ पहले
Yes.
slideshow ही कर रहा था. Now this is escape. Now I am slideshow.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, is it coming?
No, it's not coming, sir. If you presentation required.
Yeah. Then I don't know where the issue is.
Let it be
Let
like
me.
Sir,
that, sir.
in the top, in the right side of animations, there is slideshow, sir.
Yeah, I'm in slideshow. I can see the slideshow.
Maybe you can close it
Sir,
and
no, sir. It will be more clearer and it will be more bigger, sir,
no, no,
image.
sir, you do one thing, you close your presentation, you stop your sharing, again you share everything.
Okay, let us try that. I stop sharing. Let me do the entire screen. Let us see. I'm doing entire screen now.
Okay, sir.
अभी क्या है? Is it doing full screen?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Full screen? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now I've
Thank you, sir.
shifted. It might be appearing that I've shifted the gear, but let us see. Always there's a question when there is a material, is it good or is it bad? Is it of the same standard which we are looking for? So 24 karat is the purest gold. Let's not go into definition, but it's the purest gold. What is the glucose level in the blood? Another question. How do we find? Blood has to be taken out and there is some small instrument which will measure. Some newspaper cutting, suspected explosive found in UP assembly. This was a newspaper cutting in 2017. So have you wondered how they decide? Because explosive is some material which looks like a white powder. So how do they know this powder is dangerous, or it is just some talcum powder, or is it some atta, or it's some sugar, finely ground sugar? How do they know? Because it's very important to know. Okay, all those things could be very difficult situations where we do not encounter. But now if you have to, when I'm going to market, there are fruits and particularly the mango, the season is coming, there are so many mangoes. If there's a choice, like how to choose which one is sweetest, is there a way out? For example, farmer, when should he pluck so that it is sweetest by the time it reaches our hands? And the nutrient facts, any item which you look, any item which you look at tells you this all the story. What is the fat, what is the cholesterol, what is the sodium, what is the total carbohydrates, dietary fiber, sugars, protein, vitamin, calcium, iron, and there's so much list. It is there in all of the items which we use. Cadbury chocolate, biscuits, Maggie, anything you pick up from a shop which is packed. That is one. This information is given. But at the same time, anything that is not packed, like a mango or a vegetable, we can find out what is there. How many calories does it have? Proteins? Where did this information come from? Has somebody made an effort to find out, or it's known? So how do you think it is known to us? Can somebody answer this question? Literally any item you take, any food item which you take, all the information is known. Yes, children, can you answer? How do we know this? There can be two possible things. So already known things, there's a, like our question doesn't come like it is there, so let it be. But if a new thing comes up, a new packed item is made,
By researching
then
on that object, sir.
yeah, what is that research? Yes, obviously something has to be done, right? So we have to measure. It is saying that vitamin A is 20%, 25%. So it has to be measured. Total fat is less than 65 grams. It is written here, one of the tags. Sodium is this much, 2.4 milligrams. Dietary fiber, 25 grams. So somebody has measured as if there is an instrument. Have you ever wondered how do we know these things? Let's come to the bigger questions. Can light throw light on these questions? That is, can I use light to find out these answers? Is it possible? What are the questions we asked? How do we know if a fruit is sweet? Not only sweet, but how sweet it is. How do we know if we buy, what we buy is pure? Right? How do you know the Maggie which we are eating does not contain harmful elements? You know the story of heavy elements, mercury, cadmium. If they're present in levels more than recommended levels, it's going to be a problem to your health. How do we know if the honey is pure? How do we detect presence of explosives? How is glucose measured in the blood? As I said, if the item was already existing, so we have a tendency that okay, it is known. So most importantly, if an item is new and its constituents are not yet known, how do we tell? For example, somebody in Amazon jungle, some fruit was found which nobody has seen till date. So that fruit has been brought from Amazon jungle. So how do you know what it is? How much fat, how much protein? Now it can be anything. It need not be some fruit item. Some meteor falls from the skies. Now, how do you know where it is coming from? What does it contain? If I know what it contains, can we learn something? And the other way, we have seen that there are missions to moon, there are missions to Mars to find out is what are there. So in all the questions which we are discussing in part 1, at least the material is in our hands. The material is in hand, the mango is in hand, but the moon, the Mars, we do not have material in hand. It's sitting up there. So even those places, it is possible to find out is water present on that planet, is water present on the moon, is sulfur present, is phosphorus present, right? Have you heard of this?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So already, like there are questions like, are there materials of interest to us on Moon, on Mars, or can we go and live on Mars? So if I want to go and live on Mars, then I have to know is the conditions necessary for living there, or can I create those conditions? Right? There are two levels. Something which is not in our hands. So can light help solving these problems? Spectrum of questions. Now, it is a material, whether it is mango or it is meteorite or moon, it is some material. And I want to find out what is there in the material. And importantly, can light be used for these applications? Now, let's come to plastics. Just a second. Is somebody from organization calling? Hello? Yes? I'm in a meeting. Please call me later. Sorry, I thought somebody from Navodaya is calling. Okay, so let's keep that question in mind. Now come back to our original question, plastic, right? I've seen very colorful plastics, different shapes of plastic. So why do we use plastics? Why they have become so necessary that without that we cannot imagine things which we are doing will be able to do? Because first important thing is they are easily formed materials. Mass production is possible. Huge quantities can be made and at less and less cost because it does not require skilled staff. Skilled manpower is not needed. And you might notice finishing is not needed. Unlike wood, metal, alloys, not much finishing is required. Finishing in the sense of painting, polishing, like it shines as it is. And if something is necessary, it can be achieved at low cost. Another very important thing, it is corrosion resistant. If you use iron or any other material, over time it will become rusted. And waterproof. So many advantages. For the user, there are many advantages. For the person who is making the production, it is advantageous and it can be sold at a very low cost. So some brittleness come, but by and large we see that it is very easy to use. Like it has all the characteristics we want. As if it is light, its weight is very light. Imagine using the items which you are making with the same metals, iron or other thing, how heavy they will be. In the olden days we used to use, for example, simply take a mug. It is so light. But when plastic was not there, it is not that we did not have something called mug or a replacement to mug. We had, but they were either made of iron or copper or brass. They were heavier. And also deep sections can be cut. We can make almirahs with that. It can be made into any shape. That is the beauty. It is light, big sections, small sections, and it is durable for years. If almirah is made, it can be used for 10 years. It's not that it's going to last for 1 or 2 months or 1 or 2 years. So on the one hand, it can be used as a spoon, it can be used as a plastic. On the other, it can be used as a almirah, something which is strong. So no doubt, plastic products improve our daily lives. There is no doubt in this. It has made vast improvement in all the areas. There's no area this is just a list, but there is no area. Transportation, like automation, take cars, lorries, aerospace, missiles, and all those things. Space exploration, because space exploration is particularly important because lightweight, right? We want something which is light in weight. And space, there is not much of space or energy. Medicines, electronics, building and construction, personal protection, packing. Now these days you see the packing, each packet which comes from Amazon and Flipkart will have invariably a plastic. Your cell phone, your car, everything will have a plastic, different kinds of usages. So this is a usage chart by area. You can see packaging is the most used. Building and construction is next. And you can see footwear and electrical and electronics. All the areas are there. Agriculture, transport, right? Just spare a moment to look at this graph. Plastic consumption per capita. Like in 1 year, one person uses this many kgs of plastic. 110 kgs in USA. And multiply with the population of USA. It is huge, huge, and huge. So in India, it is less because we don't use so much packed items as compared to US. But given our population and given we are going fast, so this will going to increase and increase. So now there are different kinds of plastics, and you have seen all these kinds of plastics for simplicity of recycling. On the first column, you can see this symbol, right? Symbol is there's a number and there's a triangle shape. So this coding was introduced to help us in sorting this, because when we use, you can see these are all the daily items which we use. After using, we throw all these things in the same dustbin. Then what to do next? So for recycling, they have to be sorted. So that's why this number is given. If you look at a plastic, I thought we'll do a small activity here, but then it's already 10:30. Can somebody go and it's if everybody can go and pick up some 1 or 2 plastics available around you. Let us see. Just 1 minute. I'll wait for a minute. go around and get whatever plastic you can get hold of and come back. And after getting back, ping that you have got it.
Here is a plastic bottle.
Plastic bottle.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. This symbol is there somewhere. Is it a water bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this symbol there somewhere?
Symbol is not there, but actually,
Something is written. You can see on the cap or on the bottom.
yeah, made in India.
One in a triangle.
Yes, sir. Triangle.
Yeah.
Triangle.
Triangle, and what is the number written in it?
One.
One. Yeah. So it is PET. Yeah. So it is some kind of a material. What is PET? Let us not get into it. It's a PET can. It is a short form, some chemical name. So you can see the water bottles, the Pepsi cans,
Please mute
all.
yourself, students.
Yes. Hello.
Sir, I am requesting the students to mute, sir.
Yes, yes. So whoever is wanting to talk, only those switch on.
Yes, sir.
Somebody has got?
Sir, I got number 5.
Yes, sir.
Number 5 is PP. Now, what are the characteristics? It is flexible. Yeah, let us finish with this number 5. It is a flexible. What is it? What is the item?
Sir, 1. Sir, bottle, sir.
What bottle?
Plastic 1.
Yeah, so it is like ice cream thing or a small dabba. So it is hard but flexible. Compare it with the one, PET. So there are two kinds of things. Water bottles which are very, very loose and they're clear for soft drink.
Sir, a doubt.
Yes.
Which is the high quality plastic?
And there's nothing like high quality. So within PET there can be qualities. Within PP there are qualities, but we cannot say. Now that's why I asked you to bring. The characteristics of number 5 are different from characteristics number 1 or characteristics number 4. For example, you take number 4. It is squeeze bottle, so it is soft, flexible, as opposed to number 5, which is hard, but at the same time it's flexible because our usage.
Which is less pollutant?
Oh, everything is a pollutant. There is no distinction. That's a very good question. But now, why it pollutes is a question which we have to see. It is very simple. We will see the answer in future slides. Actually, what plastic is? There is one slide. Because why we are saying it's problem. What is the problem?
Sir,
Yes. Yeah, tell me what is your
sir,
name?
all the plastics will come under these 7 categories only, sir.
Yes. See, you can see 1 to 6. There are 6 categories, and which is not falling any of these 6 categories is put in 7th category. Others.
Yes, sir. One plastic is in my hand,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
That it belongs to 7th categories.
So what is it? What is it? You can describe what is it.
Sir.
No, your audio is not going. Yeah, we could hear that you have a 7.
Sir,
But yes.
sir, we'll use the 25 liters of water cans, sir, as we can see in the 7th image, sir.
Yes.
But
What
in
is
the
it?
but in the practical world, it is in triangle 1, sir. But in
Oh,
this
it's a
chart, it shows triangle 7, sir.
triangle 7. Okay.
Yes,
Maybe
sir.
they are using PET for.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is not. See now. See, this is international standard. Let us understand
Okay.
who has made this standard. There's an international organization for plastic classification. So they have made this. But
Okay,
it
sir.
is not that this 25 liter plastic bottle must be made with 7.
Okay,
If you
sir.
look at this bottle, there are various grades. One is just somebody local grade. or some bottle is made by Bisleri, some bottle is made by some other company. So if you go and look carefully, there's a difference in terms of hardness, in terms of transparency. Now look,
Okay, sir.
all the characteristics are changing. There are different colors. Yes, so we can. Uh, I'm sure if 5 minutes of time, if somebody spends, all these 7 categories will be there in our house. So this is the extent of usage, and I want to draw your attention that there are different types of things: PET, HDPE, LDPE, and PS, like this. Their names. Now, it is wrong to say that plastics create pollution. Now we pass the buck.
Sir,
Yes.
so why a plastic pen is not having symbol?
Plastic?
Sir,
Which one? Sorry.
pen, sir, pen.
Oh, pen. Yeah. Now that is an interesting question. Now, like this is made internationally, but somebody who is making plastic, we cannot enforce that you put the number. If somebody puts, it is good, but if that is a bigger problem now, if number is written, I can use the number and categorize them. But if number is not available, then we cannot, we have a problem of identifying. But in any case, I need to categorize them, whether number is written or number is not written. So that's why this talk now. How do we, if number is not written, how do we categorize? Right? That is the question. Why it is not written? Because the production person who has made, he has not simply put, and nobody is there to enforce that you must put. So now it is plastics create pollution, we say, but it is we who create pollution. Yes.
Sir, then what about the switchboard plastic?
Which one? Yeah, switchboard plastic. Yeah, important. Very good. See now, I'm not saying that each and every plastic will have. Now, that is not the idea. So if it is number is there, it is well and good. We can just look at the number and tell this. But now also you look, you people have brought it a very important question. Not every plastic will have this number. Then what do we do? How do we identify them? Is it still possible to identify? So why it is not there? Again, I'm saying, so there is nobody to enforce that you must put the number. It is not binding. Even if it is binding now, who will enforce? If you have not put the number, then you have to be punished. There should be some mechanism to do that. So that is there. So that is law enforcing, rule enforcing. But our issue is, if number is not written, is it possible to still identify? Now, let's look at the point number 4. These materials have molecular weight ranging from several thousands to 1,50,000. Now, this is the problem. It's a very, very, very big polymer. You have studied, right? Monomer, dimer, trimer, tetramer, and it's a polymer. It's a chain, big chain. And if it has to decompose, all these bonds have to break, and it has to go into earth or water, wherever it is there, because it is because of excessive molecular size is responsible for resistance to chemical or biodegradation and their persistence in the soil for long time. So if you put, even if you come after 1,000 years, it will still be there. On the other hand, if you put a leaf in mud, in 3 or 4 months, if you dig the mud, the leaf will be disappearing. That is the, so it can lead to several health problems. It can lead to cancer, birth defects. It can lead to nervous system damage, blood and kidneys. So this is the problem. So hence, we should have something to do to deal with this problem. So recycling is a solution. So for recycling, like we throw it into the dustbin, it goes to some scrap unit. There they segregate. If the number is written, it is good. But if number is not written, what do you do? And you will find many of the items number will not be written. Or if the, even if the number is written, let us say some plastic item that is broken, that number is not there. It is very difficult. Now, also imagine, we have seen how many tons and tons of plastic is there. Huge heaps, mountains and mountains. So how are we going to segregate each one of them? Like you have to look at each one of them and then segregate. So these are the steps involved. First it has to be collected, then it has to be handled and sorted. Then what do we do? Each plastic is cut into small pieces. It is washed and dried. Then it is melted. After melting, either granules or small discs are made. So those discs, PP disc or HD disc or PET disc.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, is there any device found to categorize plastic?
Yes, I'm coming. That is a part 2 of the lecture. That is a part of lecture. Good. You're in the flow of the lecture. So plastics must be sorted. You can see that in many of the items they say it is recycled plastic. So for recycling, the first important thing is collection. So it is in our hands. When we throw the plastic, we should throw it separately. Are you doing already? Question to everyone, all the children.
Yes, sir.
If you are not doing, please do this. Not only you do this, you encourage people around you to segregate, because these days all the municipal things, they are asking for segregated, and they have units to sorting and uh, making granules, and not only plastic, for each kind of waste they are having machines where they recycle. So this is going to be a very big job now, because in the earlier days we used to just throw in oceans or just put it in some land or burn it. Burning is the worst case. It is poisonous. But now the technology is there, and there is a willingness to solve the problem at least. So we should do our bit, collect all the plastic and give it to municipality separately. Let's skip this. So obviously, can light help us? So 10:43. So let us go to the uh, demo part, because I'll skip these things because it's going to take more time. One thing is, now we're calling a plastic or whatever material. There are different kinds of categorization, whether you call it solid, gas, or liquid. That's one thing which I've read. The other thing is, at another level, I can look at each material as a molecule. Water is H2O, or protein is some carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. Or I can look at it as containing atoms. Each molecule will contain atoms. Now when I want to detect, I will use light. I will shine light on these materials. Depending on the molecule or depending on the atom, the characteristics of the light coming out of that material will change. And the change in the characteristic of the light can be used to detect what it is, what is the material. So this is a very simple concept. The different molecules are there. You might have seen in your chemistry class, but each molecule has something called frequency. It is associated with some frequency. When light goes and falls, it is like it reads what is the frequency. And when the light comes out of the material, that frequency information is carried with the light. And by analyzing the change in the frequency of the light, we will tell what material it is. So just before going, Akash, are you there? Because we are connecting live. Akash?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, you are there, right? So can you
Yes.
take over? Now we have Akash from University Lab. He will be showing us the system.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, Akash, first you can show the system. Yeah, presentation may be lengthy. Already we are at 10:45. So in 15 minutes, in 15 to 20 minutes, we'll try to finish, Akash. So remember the question. We are going to use light to tell differences between plastic number 1, plastic number 2, plastic number 3, like that. Yeah, somebody had a question. Please go ahead.
Sir, if not there any PET number,
Yes.
that it be recycled or not, sir?
It will be recycled. Yes. So the whole purpose of the talk is that if number is not written, is it still possible to separate? And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how it is done. live from the lab. Akash, you can share.
Okay, so here we'll use
Sir,
You can share, Akash.
sir,
screen, sir.
Screen, yes.
sir,
Yes, two people have raised their hands. Akash, just a minute.
Yes,
Please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead with your question.
sir,
Yes, yes, tell me, tell me.
sir, how many papers is required to make a one recycled paper?
How many papers are required to make a recycled paper?
To get a one recycled paper.
Oh, that I don't know. How much is the wastage? I'll not be able to tell. I have not seen a recycling unit. So very good question. How much goes waste? If 1 kg plastic is there, will I get a 1 kg recycled plastic?
Sir,
But I don't know. Sorry, I'll not be able to tell.
sir,
Yes,
Okay, sir.
Akash is showing us. Yes.
sir, what is,
Uh,
why should we sort out these plastics, sir?
yes, a
Means
very
what is the
important question.
importance
Why
of?
we should sort? Like plastic number 1 and plastic number 2, their characteristics are totally different. Now, one of the important steps in recycling is it has to be melted, right? So the melting point is different. So if I put two plastics together, the melting point of one is low and one is high. Point number 2, when recycling items are made, it is made with one of the plastics. So it has to do with how things are made. Like I made a bottle with number 1. So if I have a plastic which is mixed with 1, 2, 3, then I will not get the characteristics which I'm looking for in the plastic number 1. Akash, what happened? Right?
Sir, I'm
Okay,
unable
sir.
to
Thank you.
say.
Yeah,
Can just,
yeah, questions will take little bit, just little bit, because this is more important part of the lecture. I'll take the questions. Yes, you can show with
so,
the mobile.
yes, sir. Mobile I'll show you.
Yes. Yeah, he's Akash. He's pursuing his PhD. So this is a laser. There are two boxes which you can see, right? The bottom one is a laser. ऐसे थोड़ा नीचे दिखाना आकाश. This is a laser. 1.497 is written, right? It is a laser. And little bit above that, ऊपर दिखाना. This is known as a spectrometer. Now, what is the function of a spectrometer? If light goes into the spectrometer, it will separate different wavelengths and show us like what wavelengths are present, and at each wavelength means color, what colors are present and how much is each color present, how something is more, something is less. You have seen, right? White light consists of 7 different parts. So like that, if white light goes into it, it will show that it is contains 7 colors. But since it's a instrument, it will not only show 7, but it will show thousands of colors. You have seen in TV advertisements, right? They say that their TV can support billions of colors, millions of colors. So there can be many colors. Okay, so this is a laser which will give us a single color light. You can show the laser, Akash. This is the laser, and it is connected to a fiber. This fiber transports the light from the laser to the sample. You can show the sample holder, Akash. Yeah. So this is a, yeah, stationary रखना थोड़ी देर के लिए. थोड़ा नीचे दिखा और थोड़ा नीचे. Tip नहीं दिख रहा. This is the tip, and the light goes and falls on the material. Now you can put whatever material you want. What's the material you are putting, Akash?
Sir, this is a paper, so I'll put a plastic bag.
Yeah, yeah. As time we are running short, you can put a plastic. What is the plastic? So these are the plastics, let us say, which you have seen, right? What do you want to put?
So,
Sir, can the tiles be done, sir?
Can?
Tiles, sir, plastic tiles.
Yeah, plastic tiles. Yes, plastic tiles. These days they are making, right? So one of the because reuse, reduce, reuse. There is a saying, right? Akash, पहले monitor दिखाना एक बार.
Yeah.
So this is yeah. एक minute. Let me explain. So this is TV computer monitor. So whatever light is falling on the material will respond. The frequencies in the material will be carried by the light, and that light will be taken back to the spectrometer, which I have shown, right? And that spectrometer output will be shown on the computer monitor. So presently there is nothing. Thoda niche dikhana. So this is like our thoda right side and above. Thoda upar. Haan bas. So you can see that it's noise, like there's nothing. This is what we call there is no signal. So on the x-axis it is color. There will be 1000 or 2000 colors. Now on the y-axis it will show the counts. Now let us put the material. Akash.
Yes. So first I'll put the plastic bottle.
Yeah, this is number 1, right?
Yes.
Water bottle. Yes. So he'll just put the bottle in the light. Remember how was the signal? What was seen on the monitor? After putting the bottle, you observe the difference. So I was saying that we will have a pen and paper in the activity, but I think it's going to take longer time because I had an idea of putting all the 6 plastics and then doing one more unknown plastic. It is going to take long time. So let's not go to that activity. I'll not be able to do that. Let's look at time. Zyada laga na, Akash. So already you can see.
Sir?
Do you see there is a change? What is the change? With respect to when sample was not there. Now when I put the sample, something has happened. Thoda upar le jao, Akash. Yeah, you're changing some more parameters. Yeah, can somebody describe what do you see with respect to when sample was not there?
The lines have a difference.
So we are seeing some
Now
vertical
it's
lines.
showing wavelengths.
Yeah, it is showing some vertical lines, right? So that means at this color there is light. एक बार number बताना आकाश कौन सा है wavelength axis पे?
First on this one, this is 1620.
Yeah, 1620 centimeter inverse on x-axis.
Yes.
So 1620 centimeter inverse, it corresponds to some color. You don't have to worry. There is one line. That means there is light at that point. Just after that, 1620 के बाद क्या है?
Sir, this one 1735.
Yeah, if you can write down 1620, 1735. There was light. When sample number 1 was put, we got 1620 and 1735. Clear, scientists? Did you write down? Can you see? Now this is the signal. This is the Raman spectroscopy signal of plastic bottle. This is number 1 in our chart. Let's say it was not written. Now you put other plastic, Akash.
Sir,
Yes.
so there are like the wavelengths are different from one another, no sir. So how can we detect the color using those?
So in fact there are many lines. I dictated only 2 lines, 2 vertical lines, but there were 5 to 6 lines. Now how do we detect? Because it's an instrument, it's already written underneath that what is the color. So it's an instrument, it's already written. Like what is the wavelength is known by the position where that line is coming. Akash,
Sir,
what is
can
this?
plastic be recycled by using the method pyrolysis?
Pyrolysis. I don't know. Pyrolysis is liquid, right? What is it? Maybe Hanumantha will be able to tell. We will ask Hanumantha after this. Now
Okay,
this is
sir.
yeah, I don't know about this. Just a minute. Let us look at this. What is this, Akash?
HDP.
HDP. What was the number? Somebody remembers HDP? Let me check. What is HDP?
Number 2.
Number 2?
Yes, sir, HDPE number 2, sir.
Number
Common
2.
white.
Yeah. So now he has put number 2. Now do you see the difference with the PET? Now the signal, can you see the difference? Visually, can you see? Screen दिखाना. आकाश क्या हुआ?
Sir, I put 30-second indication, right?
अच्छा. No, but whoever has seen, do you see the difference between first plastic and the second plastic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is very good. Yeah, this has come very good. Now, can you tell Akash कहाँ पे आ रहा है signal? एक बार. This is number 2. This was yes.
696.
696. 696. Write down.
Again 1070.
1070. This is corresponds to color. Dr. Ramana is calling. I'll take the call. You write the numbers.
And 1137. Next one is 1300.
Check just 5 minutes.
And next one is 1352.
Now, first what I will do is I will take known plastic number 1. I will take known plastic number 2. I will remember this. Right? The first one is different from second one, is it? Now this is the way, whether it is written, whether it is written or not written, I will bring the plastic, put it in the light. It will show something like this, and then I remembered all the 5 things. I'll paste it on my wall and then see, okay, compare. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. This I am saying manually, but in a recycling unit, it can be automated. A computer can do this job. Can you put another plastic, Akash?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes, tell me.
So are we supposed to consider only one, mean the highest wavelength, or all the
No.
wavelengths, sir?
All. Wherever those vertical lines are there, we can call it is a signature of that sample, Raman signature, Raman spectrum.
Sir, all the numbers have the same line, sir.
No, they don't have. You have seen, right? It is different. The vertical line pattern is different from 1 to 2.
Sir, I am asking that all types of plastics, sir. Suppose number 1.
Yes.
If we keep 5 types of number 1, then it will show same line, sir.
Same line. Yes. Very good question. Yes. Number is asking very good question. Yes, it will be same. Otherwise, this technique will not work. Because chemically they are same, no?
Okay, sir.
Their molecular structure is same. What did you put, Akash?
There is a PS. PS.
Yes.
6, sir. Number 6. PS.
Number 6. Yes.
So this is at the disposal spoon.
Yeah, this is spoon. Yeah, so okay, the disposal spoon. Yeah, it will take some time to show us the signal. So this is Raman spectroscopy, but there are several techniques using light, like absorption spectroscopy, fluorescence spectroscopy. There are many of them. So all of them will work on this. You shine the light on the material, the light comes out, and the light will change. Those changes have to be detected. To detect those changes, there are instruments. In this case, it's a spectrometer. Now, can you see the difference?
Yes, sir.
చెప్పండి. నేను ఎప్పుడో పంపించిన నేను యాక్చువల్గా ఒక టాక్ లో ఉన్నాను, కాల్ చేస్తాను ఒక హాఫ్ అన్ అవర్ తర్వాత. Yes, do you observe the difference? First plastic, second plastic, third plastic.
Yes, sir.
It is different. The vertical lines which are appearing are different. So now very good question was asked by students, that if it number is not written, what we will do? So number is written, not written. It is as simple. How much time it has taken? To show you the signal, he has put little bit more time, but about 5 to 10 seconds we can know what it is. And time can be reduced if I use a big laser. I am using a small double laser, right? If that laser is bigger, then I'll get more and more signal in less and less time. Maybe within a fraction of second, I can tell what it is. So this is how it will work. Do you have sugar, Akash? Now, just for fun,
Yes.
I want to show sugar. This is plastic.
Sir.
Now you have seen, right? Each material will have this different set of vertical lines. Remember them, and then whenever unknown is there, put it and compare. So this is the last one, just for curiosity. We will see sugar. How does sugar look? So how much sugar is needed? One speck. Even one speck is more, but we cannot take lesser than that. So it is that much quantity required. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Login అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. Browser తో కూడా వచ్చేయచ్చు. Use the browser now. Go to browser.
Hello.
Yeah. పేరు అడుగుతుంది. జస్ట్ వేర్ ఇన్ ద లాస్ట్ డెమో. నేను కాల్లోనే ఉంటాను, కనెక్ట్ అయ్యామని చెప్పు. సో దట్ ఐఎమ్ आकाश क्या हुआ?
Yes, sir. This is sugar. This is
Yeah, look at. Yes, you narrate. I am talking with Dr. Ramana.
Okay. So earlier you have seen plastics. 3 types of plastics you have taken. So now can you see the difference? So you can see first of all difference in the background. And you can see there are many peaks, larger peaks, means larger vertical lines. Here they are very small, means less number of lines compared to plastics, right? So for every element, it will give different type of signature. This is called spectroscopic signature, spectroscopic spectrum. So these vertical lines will be different depending upon the molecular constituent of the material. So plastics, its molecular constituent is different, and for sugar it is different. So both the things show different spectra. So did you understand?
Okay, then better.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So this is sugar. Now the next question is like how much sugar is there? Let you put some sugar in the water and take the signal. The vertical line will be more and more if sugar is more. So I can tell how much sugar is there by detailed experiment. I can tell. Now I add sugar and I add salt in the same water. I can tell sugar is there, salt is there, how much sugar, how much salt, like that.
So,
yes.
So we can use this spectroscopy to detect other objects other than plastic also, sir?
Other than anything, any item, you just take it and put it there.
Non-metals, metals also can be
material. You put Maggi, you put atta, you put meteorite, you put sand brought from moon.
Just only they
food
showed the
products
sugar.
also.
Because remember, you are told in the class, all the materials are made of molecules, right? Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes,
The
sir.
materials which we use are molecular. There are molecules inside. Now this Raman spectroscopy technique detects molecules. There are vibrations. Molecules have atoms, and atoms are not stationary, they are moving. So with certain frequency they are moving. So the light goes and reads those frequencies. So any material you put, it will come. Yes.
Sir,
Yes,
does the frequency of any two objects made from different materials have frequencies same, sir?
Same, yeah. They'll be matching frequencies because it is not material specific. It is bond specific. Water, H2O, right? There is a bond of HO there's a bond of HO. So wherever that HO bond is there, the frequency will be similar, but there are other characteristics which will be different. The vertical line is not a line actually. It is having a width. So that width of line will be different. The height of line will be different. The shape of line will be different. Yes.
So what about alloys?
What about?
Alloys.
Alloys. Alloys. Yes. Alloys also we can see. Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, if we take two plastics of same type and increase the thickness of one of them, then will it show any difference in the vertical lines?
No. It will not show because the light is falling on the surface. The light doesn't know how thick the material is.
Oh.
Sir.
Yes.
Also, is there any exceptions?
Exceptions in the sense?
Sir, is there any object that we cannot find?
Oh, that's a very good question. Is there any object which we cannot find? If let us say there is no bond. For example, if I take any material which is not molecular, let's say silver. I take a silver and put it. It may not give because it needs a molecular. Because this, see, vertical lines, there is a particular region from starting region to ending region. You cannot read, but it is written as 200 to 3000, but it can be 5000, it can be 6000, it can be 8000. So depending on the vibration, this line will come. For example, gas you take, it will be very difficult, but solid and liquid, it comes just like that. So
Sir, is it dependent on the thickness of the object?
no, it is not dependent on the thickness of the object. No.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, how many types of spectrometers are there?
Oh, there are so many kinds of spectrometer. I'll not be able to go in detail because Dr. Sriramna is already waiting. See, spectrometer is a device. It's like a prism. There's a say that there's a prism inside the spectrometer. When the light falls on the prism, it is separated into different wavelengths, and there is a sensor which detects each of this light. How much red light, how much green light. I'm saying very simplistic terms. There are thousands of those things, pixels.
Sir,
So
who invented spectrometer, sir?
Oh, who invented spectrometer? I don't know. Or I don't think somebody knows who invented the spectrometer. It's just there. Yes, the last question.
So why spectrometer is named as Raman spectrometer?
Yeah, why? Because this technique was invented by Sir C.V. Raman. Because this week we'll be celebrating Science Day. So he has told us that when light falls on the materials, we can see these changes. He was the first one to tell. He discovered this phenomenon known as Raman effect. He got a Nobel Prize for that. So it is the spectrometer is not Raman spectrometer. The technique is known as Raman spectroscopy technique. This spectrometer I can use it anywhere, not only here. Wherever light is there, take the light, put inside the spectrometer, it will tell us.
Sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
What are the rays used in laser?
Laser, it's a single wavelength light. It can be any color. It can be green, red, blue, anything. But it is single wavelength. When we say single wavelength with respect to ordinary light, but it is almost single wavelength. It will have
Sir,
one or
can
two.
we use dispersed light in it?
Can we use?
Dispersed light.
Dispersed means what is the meaning of dispersed?
That means if light falls in a prism, it will disperse into 7 colors. Like that.
Yes.
So dispersion of light, sir.
Yes, sir. You can use one of those lights because remember when C.V. Raman showed us this effect, laser was not there. He used ordinary light, sunlight, in fact.
Sir, what happens when we use this visible light instead of a laser?
No, this is see, any light can be used. It's not a problem. The vertical lines which you see will be same. That is the beauty of this technique.
Even if we use visible light.
Yes, yes. In this we are using 785 nanometer, almost edge of the visible light.
Sir.
So we'll top the questions here. We can take
Sir,
later.
Sir, last
So
one.
last one, okay.
Sir, it is spectroscopy, sir. How many types of spectroscopy?
Oh, how many types of spectroscopy? I don't think somebody has counted. There are so many of them. Because there's a light has got different properties, and the light goes and interacts with the material, and because of the interaction of the material, the characteristics of the light are changing. Now to measure those changes, there are so many techniques. It will not be possible to count them and say there are 15 or 16. So many.
Sir, how can
Yes,
you
no,
measure
we'll stop
the
here. We'll stop here because Dr. Ramana is waiting. We'll take the questions later, or I'll leave my email ID. You can write to me. Okay, thank you, Akash. Welcome, Dr. Ramana. Hello, Dr. Ramana.
Right. Can you hear me, Manoj?
Yeah, I hear me. Very good morning.
Very good morning.
He's a scientist in DRDO. Please, can you tell us about DRDO? What is DRDO?
So before starting, how many of the students have heard about? Any of you have heard about DRDO?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Defense Research and Development Organization, sir.
Warm welcome, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, yes, sir, to hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, madam. Good morning.
Sir, there
You
is
have
a
already.
movie also, no, sir, for DRDO.
What? Can you just repeat?
Movie. There is a movie also, no, sir.
Yeah. Right. See, I work in one lab called Research Center Imarat, which is one of the 49 or 50 labs which are there currently in DRDO, under DRDO. DRDO basically started way back in 1958. Okay. After independence, we started it around 1958. Till then, there are three different organizations or two different organizations. There are technology development centers of armies establishments with their technology establishments. And then there is one defense science, this thing is there, a DSO office, okay, Defense Science Center, DSC. These two are amalgamated to create the DRDO, basically in 1958. Maybe at the end of the session, we'll have maybe some video showing what all happened in DRDO so far also, covering around 10-15 minutes. It is there. We can have that video. I work in a lab which is basically part of a complex known as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Missile Complex. Okay. This complex constitutes basically three labs here in Hyderabad. One is ASL, one is DRDL, the third one is RCI. These three labs put together, we call ourselves as a missile complex. And in this complex, we do all the things, basically R&D it is. We are an R&D center. And we work for the development of missiles towards the country, which are required by our armed forces. If you look at DRDO, maybe I'll just try to share one presentation, if you can, okay? Just
Yes,
hold
sir.
on.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I'll just try to share the presentation. In the between, if you have any question already, if some people have already a question on DRDO, you can ask. I keep talking about that one. Anyone has any question? Basically, I'll just put a question to you students. Basically, if suppose say you want to go from here to Kashmir, okay, in winter, how do you go?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, yeah.
Hello, sir. Who can or how can we join DRDO, sir?
You can join DRDO in number of ways. There are different mechanisms are there depending on in which scheme you want to. Okay, I'll just try to share one presentation. I'm just trying to share it. Just hold on. I'm showing only the screen share. Okay, let me share this one. Can you see this one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my presentation is visible. Okay. Now it is visible. Is it now visible?
Yes, visible, sir.
It is visible,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
So this already I have told the technology development establishments and DSO defense science organizations have been combined together to create DRDO. The next we had a very good alumni or the past heads starting from Dr. Kotari, who is the first DRDO head, because he was there from before that one in DSO. He took over as the DRDO head. Then from it was Surya Bhagavantam who has brought in much major changes. Then we have Kalam also as the head of our DRDO. At that time, he's called as a DG Secretary DRDO also. And then the current head is our Dr. G. Satish Reddy, Secretary Department of right now, Department of Defense R&D and Chairman DRDO. Now it is renamed as Chairman DRDO. Okay. Now we have so far some labs have been merged together. Currently we have around 49 labs, including some scientists, young scientist labs also. Now we have different clusters. Okay. Now the question how we can join also, depending on which area you want to join, what course you do, based on that one your entry into DRDO will be dependent. We have 7 different clusters. One taking care of the naval systems and the materials required for naval systems. One cluster is there for aeronautical systems. One for the armament and combat engineering, that basically they will be working on the tanks and other things. And one from electronics and communication systems. They will be working on the radars and other electronic warfare type of systems, and instrumentation, electronic instrumentation also they will work. These people basically, okay, I have both of them come together only. Then we have life sciences, okay. One is missing here is the missile systems is missing, okay. Another is micro electronic devices, computational systems and cyber systems. See, the question which I have put is, if you want to go to, for a picnic itself, let us say in winter, if you want to go to Kashmir, how do you go? Okay, this question you answer after the presentation is over, then based on that one, I'll add some more things. Basically, recruitment goes in 3 different categories. One is for the scientists, which is called DRDS category. Here, entry is basically either you have a science PG or an engineering graduate, okay, BTech or BA. Then there is a technical category which is called DRTC category, where science graduates like BScs or engineering diploma and some level ITI also is considered. Then a third category is there, admin and allied, basically graduates or engineering diploma or inter ITI 10th. Depending on the, here there are multitasking jobs also are there. Now names have changed, so multitask jobs are there. They are like assistants, office assistants, like of that. So depending on the job which you are looking at, that much the qualification will change. Required qualification will change. The DRDS scheme is recruitment is taken by basically one center of DRDO called Recruitment and Assessment Center. They will do all the advertisements and do the recruitment for the scientist portion. And for the rest of the things like DRTC and admin and allied, basically there is one more organization within our DRDO, which is called Septum, Center for Personal Talent Management. They will do the give the advertisements and they do the recruitment part. Basically, these are the 3 different categories under which DRDO recruitment takes place normally. Okay. Okay. Right now we'll come back. Now you can ask. I will tell what each cluster is going to do. The question which I have put to you students is basically, how do you go to Kashmir in winter? If you have to go for a picnic in winter to Kashmir, how do you go?
Sir, by planes, trains, or...
Sir, we will go with the safety measures.
We will go with safety measures.
We will go with some walk paths and required essentials, sir.
What are your required essentials?
Which can prevent
some sort of medicines, first aid kits.
Right. Now, armed forces they are there in the Kashmir. I mean, we have Siachen Glacier or along the borders. If you go to Siachen Glacier or look at Siachen Glacier, they are always in snow only, right? There is nothing. Summer, winter or summer, there is no difference for them. They are always under snow only. So, In winter, their life is very horrible. They have to take tea also, hot tea also within few seconds. Otherwise, it will just get solidified, right? So now, and their clothing, their food, and they have to have instant food. They cannot cook the food for a longer time, right? They are always on the front line. So we have life sciences here, a cluster of life sciences. What it does is basically they develop this instant food or the packaging which can sustain the food for a longer period, and then the clothing. Not only the clothing, they require some medicines also. I mean, keep those medicines also. Some specified medicines, special medicines would be there, or medications would be there. And another problem which we face with not just along the Kashmir border or in snow, you have desert regions, you have very tropical regions, rainy areas like. If you go to northeast,
Ladakh, sir, Ladakh.
Ladakh is again, you can say it is a cool weather, okay, more or less. But what I am talking about, other environmental conditions. If you go to northeast, they may be raining heavily. If you go to Rajasthan, it will be really dry desert, okay. You will not see any human being also. Around few tens of kilometers, you don't see any habitation or any human being along the border. One soldier will be just doing the patrolling. Now, when you are alone for a longer period of time, you will have some issues with your mind, right? Psychological. How many of you can stay alone without meeting anybody for 3-4 days? We can stay all alone. Can
No,
we
sir.
stay?
No, that's very important, sir.
Without meeting any human being, can we stay for 5 days, 10 days?
If you have mobiles, you can stay, sir.
No, nothing is there. Let us assume. It's very difficult, right? Now, all the soldiers will be away from their families, okay, for 6 months, 2 years sometimes. So they will have their own issues, okay. If you carefully see, there are always, you're all in many from different places. If you see wherever army stations are there and civilian stations are together, sometimes we'll see army and civil police have a fight with each other or argument with each other, or civilians had an argument with armed forces, etc. We don't understand their psychology because they are away from their families doing their duties. So some of them require some psychological studies also. So we have a center which will look into the psychological evolution of the soldiers also, how their psychology is affecting or how they are getting affected by their duties, etc. We have in life sciences category, we have that studies also going on, okay. So in the life sciences, we take care of their food, which can stay for a longer period or which can be used for making instant food type of things, and their clothings suiting to different environmental conditions, okay, so that they will be comfortable to the maximum extent possible, okay. This is for the life sciences part. Then if we come to the missiles part, we require missiles to attack the our enemy countries during the war time, not every time, during the war time. So we have to equip ourselves with the missile systems. Earlier, we used to procure missiles from outside the countries, but now most of the missiles we are developing within India and producing within India.
Like BrahMos.
Yeah, BrahMos is one such missile. Okay, there are some collaborations. BrahMos is a collaboration between India and Russia. Similarly, some other collaborations are there between Israel and India also. So DRDO develops the missiles, and production is done by various organizations. Like BDL is one such organization. Now some private organizations are also coming to do the production part. So missiles are taken care of by the missile systems. We have different types of missiles. One is called surface to air missile. One is surface to surface missile. One is air to surface missile. Okay. Similarly, again, some submarine to surface missile. Like that, different types of missiles would be there. And each missile has its own characteristics. Some missiles are called tactical missiles. Some missiles are called ballistic missiles. Ballistic missile is the one which goes from a point on a surface to a point on a surface again. That means from surface to surface only, but they will go to a fixed point. Tactical missiles are the ones which chase some targets. Okay, like your incoming enemy aircraft, if you want to destroy it, you send a missile which will track that aircraft and then kill it. So the tactical missiles are used to kill either tanks and the aircrafts or any other enemy system which is approaching the country, even a missile also. Even if a missile is coming towards our country, we can kill that missile using another missile, which now is called air defense system. Okay, in air defense system, we use a missile to kill a missile also. There are different type of missiles even in this what you call air defense system. Now there is armament system is there. In the armament system, what they do is they develop the tanks, the all our rifles or the guns, whatever being used by our things. Some of them are being developed, some still are being imported. But now Arjun tank, whatever we call about now, is developed by DRDO. Okay. In the aeronautical systems basically are to develop the fighter aircraft. And the recent one which DRDO has developed is a LCA. It is called LCA, Light Combat Aircraft, Tejas, what they call it as Tejas. Now Tejas Mark 1 is already in production. Now they are going to go for Mark 2 also. Testing is going on. Mark 2 will come sooner or later into the production. So naval systems, they develop submarines, ships, basically what we call frigates, etc. Different types of frigates, different type submarines. Most of the submarines we are procuring from outside. But recently, one submarine has been developed by our own teams within India. So that is already inducted into the system. So like this, we develop many things. Whatever are required by our armed forces, we keep developing. Like things change, technology is developing. Earlier phones used to be bigger in size. Now all phones have come in much smaller sizes, right? Smartphones have come. Similarly, these armed forces requirement also keeps changing. So does the development keep changing. We keep improving, reducing the sizes, because if we don't reduce the size, then we cannot make newer things, because we want to make lightweight. And our what we call in a missile, if you want to talk the payload, what we call actually the destructive payload, which is the bomb or so, should be larger in size compared to rest of the other things which are there in the missile. So we try to reduce the size of the other components inside each of the equipment, so that armed forces are more comfortable, more agile. That's what is our goal at this point of time, and to keep our armed forces always abreast of all other people. So we are striving to make them the best possible armed forces in the world. That's what is the goal of DRDO basically. Yeah, now you can ask questions before I go to. Yeah.
Sir, who made the idea of DRDO?
Who made the idea of DRDO? It's there from the very beginning, the day we basically.
And what was the situation of making?
See, when we became independent in 47, okay.
At what age you can join in DRDO?
What?
At what age we can join in DRDO?
You complete BTech, you can join in DRDO. You complete BSc, you can join DRDO. Okay. But only thing is, if you complete BSc and you want to join, you will join in a cadre called technical officer cadre or senior technical assistant cadre. Okay. But if you complete BTech or MSc, then okay, nowadays there is nothing called all courses are 4-year degree courses, including science courses, right, in the new education policy. So by the time you come out of your graduation, it will be 4-year course. So after that, you would be eligible for entry into the DRDO scheme as a scientist. Okay. The entry scientist position in DRDO is called as Scientist B, for which, depending on the speciality which people are looking in, it can be either go as a campus selection, or it will be through an entrance test, which is called Scientist Entrance Test, SET, DRDO SET. Okay. It will be advertised in all newspapers, and it will be seen even in website also. This RAC website of DRDO also, it will be seen. You can search in internet, you will find it. The recruitment and assessment center.
For how many years that the exam is conducted, sir?
It all depends on the requirement. Suppose say it happened 2 years back or 3 years back. We are expecting something to happen maybe this year or next year. One more test to happen. Okay. Nowadays, what is happening is there are emphasis on startups also is coming. Suppose say you have a very good idea and you want to start your own startup, then DRDO can support you also. If you have an idea which is going to help the armed forces also are maybe some of them are ready to support you directly. So it all depends on you. For joining DRDO, minimum requirement as a scientist, you need to have a minimum of a graduate degree in engineering or a postgraduate in science as of now. Under the new education policy, how the requirement, I mean the qualification requirement changes, we have to see, wait and see. Maybe this year end we'll come to know about the any changes in the requirements going to educational requirements going changing or not. We'll come to know by this year end. Once that comes into picture, NEP is once initiated and starts, then we'll also see if any changes are required in the educational requirements.
Sir, in which subjects should we be stronger to enter DRDO, sir?
See, DRDO has, as I said, we have chemical. If you look at warheads or even the propellants of a missile, etc., they require chemical engineering or chemical sciences. And you are looking at developing some sensors, etc., for all these things, because if you want to guide a system, then you need some sensors which can give you your position, etc., which are called navigation sensors. You need to measure temperatures, you need to measure pressure somewhere, you need to measure some other things. So then you need sensors. To develop sensors, if they are being imported, all of being right now we are trying to indigenize most of them. So we require physics. Depending on the type of sensors which we are using, we need physics or chemistry, or even some of the biomimical sensors also are possible. Biomimicking means nature has beautiful sensor mechanisms. We are trying to imitate those things also. We require maybe solid state physics requirements, semiconductor physics requirements, or semiconductor engineering requirements would be there. Electronics, mechanical engineering, mostly like all you talk about armament, aeronautics, and then missiles, etc. There all you require both mechanical and electronics engineers. In electronics also you require embedded software people, hardware people. Even in hardware also you have what is called digital electronics, analog electronics. So, and software, even computer science people also required. So you talk about any engineering, basically pharma also is required for the life sciences category. Okay, B pharma also may be their requirement. So you talk about any engineering degree, they will be required.
Yeah, Ramna, they already 11:30, so it depends on the organizers.
There are there reservations in DRDO, sir? Is there reservations, sir?
Yes, they would be there.
Sir,
yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir can continue, sir.
So what is?
It's a pleasant surprise for us, and we are so happy to have him here, sir.
Yes. So we can continue. Sure. Yes.
See, whatever I am speaking is all there in the internet.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
See, I will, Manoj.
Yes.
We can share the link of them. They can open the DRDO website. In that, they will see these videos also. So I'll skip the video. If there are any questions, I'll try to answer their questions.
Yes, that would be better. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between ISRO and DRDO? I mean, what are the different works done by ISRO and DRDO?
See, ISRO is purely working for the space requirements, like they are developing satellites and anything related to that one. Their most of their development is based on the satellites. See, they develop payloads for the satellites along with different organizations. Okay, like you have NGRA. NGRA has certain requirements. Atmospheric sciences people are there. Our own meteorology people will be there. They require different types of payloads. And if you just hold on. Now, if you carefully see how much of vegetation is taking place, government itself wants how much of acreage has been put as for farming, etc. They want to see what is the forest coverage overall in the country, where all we have water resources. If you want to check day in, day out, then you need a satellite and then some sensors up in the sky, which will scan every day and then give the information back to the government, all the respective departments within the government also. So that ISRO takes care of these developments. Okay, they work on all these things only. They don't work on other things. Whereas DRDO works for the requirements of the armed forces. Okay, we work on all the requirements for the armed forces. Whatever they request us to develop, we try to develop those things and then give it back to them. Now, we don't produce, by the way. We only develop and give it to the production people. As of now, we have ordnance factories.
Sir, what is?
Yeah.
Sir, can we take biology?
DRDO, sir.
Yeah,
Which one? No, no, I want one question after one question. Okay. Yes, one person.
in biology field also we can take DRDO, sir.
Yes, life sciences has a requirement with biology background.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, next person. Someone asked some other question.
Sir, what is the aim of it?
What is? I'm not able to hear you.
What is the aim?
What is the aim of DRDO? Manoj, can you hear that question?
No, that was, I think that was the question. What is the aim? I also felt that one. Yes.
Yeah, if you're talking about the aim of the DRDO,
Yes, sir.
aim of the DRDO is straight and simple. We want to give the best our armed forces so that we are all safe and they're also safe at the same time. That's what is our aim. And we want to be the leaders in the areas in which we are working. As of now, maybe we are not the leaders, but in some areas, yes, we started becoming the leaders. Like LCA is the one of the best light combat aircrafts in its class. Okay. So some areas we are, we can say we are reaching that leader positions, but still, yes, we are not that, every place we cannot say that we are leader in every area of work. But for sure, aim is to move to become a leader in all the areas in which DRDO works. That's the aim.
Sir, I have a question,
Overall
sir.
India, how
Thank you,
many DRDOs are there?
There are around 49 labs as of now across the country.
Sir, I
We have including Ladakh, one in northeast. We have in Kolkata. There are basically different centers. Pune has some labs as a circle. Hyderabad has around 7 labs around in and around Hyderabad, let us say. And then Bangalore has around 7 to 8 labs or 8 to 10 labs. Then we have around Balasore, we have our 2 centers are there. Now maybe Machilipatnam or somewhere also one more center may be coming up. That's still in question mark. It's set to work to start, in my opinion. So we have different places, Ahmednagar, like that. We have different Agra, Kanpur, Jodhpur, like that. We have 49 labs more or less.
Sir,
Okay.
Yeah.
sir, we use
Sir,
budget
sir,
on the
what's the role
Rafale,
of
sir.
DRDO in making India
What?
a developing country, sir?
Which one?
Sir, what's the role of DRDO in making India as a developing country, sir?
What is the role of DRDO in making India as a developing country? See, whatever
Yes,
we
sir.
develop, let us say, whatever we have developed, let us say how DRDO is helping in building in India. Let us come to that question. Okay, I'll maybe modify the question to that line. Okay. See, whatever we develop are not being produced by us. Okay. They are produced either by BDL, BEL, or maybe some other ordnance factories also. And each of these factories or each of these industries also, they require some ancillary industries to develop the spare parts, etc. So one product, if it is coming out, means there will be some industries, some MSMEs, or even small scale industries, or even further smaller industries also may get involved in the final production activities. So this is giving a huge opportunity for employment. Okay, all the production activities are now going into slowly. Private industries are also coming into picture. Till 10 years back, we don't have that much of flexibility of having many private partners coming into picture. But now many private partners are showing interest to come into production activities. So it is opening an opportunity for jobs, recruitment, okay, employment, and then further financial growth. As more and more products come out, more and more production will emerge. So number of people who get employed because of that one will increase. Okay, this is how
Sir,
DRDO helps in the development.
Yeah.
The second thing is we save lot of foreign exchange. If we don't develop these things, all these things need to be imported. Okay, so in the import cost,
Yeah,
we
sir.
have to spend huge amounts. So we reduce that and then further give more employment over here. So that is how DRDO is helping the development of India. I'll put it that.
Sir, can you say about the octopus, sir? The
Sir,
mission
why did
octopus?
we import Rafale, sir? We could manufacture
You see, that's what
manufacture
I'm
it in
telling.
India itself.
Everything we are not in a position to right now develop. The first aircraft maybe which we call, which is a state of the art, is basically LCA. Now, to develop a aircraft which is of the order of or the type of class of Rafale, it may take some more time. Maybe we'll reach that stage within the next 10-15 years.
Yeah, Ramana, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe some net issue, sir, I think.
Yeah, net issue. His connection, I think he's not there. Ramana, can you hear me?
Ma'am,
Yeah, I
can
think
you
he
say the
got
time for
disconnected.
paper presentation, madam?
Don't worry about that. That is the last session.
Okay.
Ma'am, it is from 6th to 7th, ma'am.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Ramana, disconnect ainda? Okay.
Paper presentation, we see, we'll get time, no? 5:15, our session will end, okay? Then 6 to 7, there is time for paper presentation because we are given the same schedule. We can't make any changes in this.
Yeah, Manju madam.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There is a problem with Dr. Sri Ramana's connection. He is in the connection, but he is not able to interact.
Okay,
So
okay, sir.
it's already 11:45. So it's up to you. We can we'll stop, or I'll ask him to reboot again.
Okay. No, sir. No, sir. It's okay. It's up to him, sir.
Yeah.
We are so
We'll,
happy, sir, to
yes.
have him here. It was a wonderful surprise, sir. Thank you so much for bringing him here, sir. And
Yes.
please convey our regards and our
Sure.
respect and love to sir.
Sure. Actually, there's a
Students
time
liked him.
constraint only. Otherwise,
Thank you.
he's ready to spend more time. Even I had to cut down my things. But okay, it was a good thing that the students asked questions. That is more important.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And other students, if you have any questions, I have put my email ID in the
Yes,
chat.
sir. Okay.
Please
I'll
write to
put
those questions because limited time is the next speaker is also coming. So I'll be answering all the questions which you are raising.
Sure, sir. Sure,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So our
Hello, ma'am.
yeah, hello, Bida.
Hello, madam. Hello,
Yes,
madam.
yes.
Can we talk with our friends, ma'am, with your permission?
Talk with your friends who are in the class right now. You want to interact with them?
Yes.
See, now next we are waiting for M. Hanumantha sir, who is already there. After that, you can converse with each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I share my slide, ma'am?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Warm welcome, Hanumantha sir.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
So,
good morning, all of
we
you.
have among us Dr. M. Hanumantha sir from Advanced Center of High Energy Material under University of Hyderabad. And sir's topic is the role and importance of chemistry in modern science and advanced technologies for a better mankind. And sir is a postdoctoral research associate in ACRHEM in University of Hyderabad. Warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Shall I share my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start the session, sir.
My slides are visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yes.
It's visible.
It's visible on full screen, ma'am.
No, no, not full screen, sir. If you
Okay, now?
click the slide.
Now it's okay, ma'am.
No, still it's same, sir.
Okay, it's okay, ma'am.
No,
sir.
better log out and once again you log in, sir. But you stop
Oh,
out.
Okay.
So you go on to slideshow and make the slideshow from beginning, so that.
See, actually, the catch is it has to be in full screen and then shared. But when you make it full screen, other buttons are not visible. So that is the problem.
Okay.
Pressed. Did you try entire screen, Hanumantha?
Entire
Sharing
screen only, sir. Entire
Okay.
screen only. Entire screen only. I am sharing the screen.
Please will you go to the presentation, sir? I will tell how to share full
Okay.
screen, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Yes. Then.
Sir, you present, sir.
Yes.
Sir, right bottom side, sir.
It's already 100%. No. He's sharing, right?
No, sir. That, sir. No, sir. Some symbol is on that side, sir.
Yes, sir. 5,
This, sir. Yes, sir.
It's okay now.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's okay. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is okay, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all of you. Good morning, children.
Good morning.
Today, I am going to give a lecture which is mostly related to the chemistry and chemical sciences and their applications and advanced technologies presently which are using right now for the better mankind. This is the title. There is Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav lecture series. You know, we are celebrating India's 75 years of independence. So, on behalf of that one, we are attaching this lecture also. So, I thank the organization of Regional Cell Science Congress, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya under Ministry of Education, Hyderabad region. Okay, I am working as a project scientist at Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials. This is DRDO Center of Research Excellency. DRDO having, as previous speakers told, that we have almost around 60 laboratories as of now. Out of that, 7 research centers of excellency. These research centers are funded by DRDO, Government of India, wherein we perform research in different areas of research. For example, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and computer sciences, and different kind of subjects. We are performing research. Right now, Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials also involved in the research areas of physics, mathematics, and chemistry. Majorly chemistry, we are focusing what happened, what is going on in the research center at present. So, in the level of 8th class to 12th standard, in the chemistry, majorly and crucially, periodic table of elements is the one of the important and crucial topic. If you understand fully about the periodic table, we understand the future learning of the chemistry made easy. That's why I started little bit with periodic table of elements and then followed to the some of the day-to-day life events happening in the chemistry level, and then going to the advanced research level. So here we are going to introduce more and more chemical compounds in this lecture. Here, as you have seen this periodic table, here some red color, different kind of colors are there. No, the systematic arrangement of different elements available in the nature in a proper form to study their properties physically, chemically. Periodic table is essential, because periodic table there are separate different kind of rows, different kind of columns. Each row we can call it as a group, and each period and each column known as a group. So elements are arranged horizontally in ascending order of their proton numbers from 1 to 116 in the periodic table. Each vertical column of elements in the periodic table known as a group. Elements with same number of valence electrons are arranged in the same group. There are 18 vertical columns of elements in the periodic table known as group 1, group 2 up to group 18. Group 1 elements are known as alkali metals. Group 2 elements are known as alkaline earth metals. Group 3 to group 12 elements are known as transition elements. Group 7 elements are known as halogens. Group 18 elements are known as noble gases. Each horizontal row of elements in the periodic table known as a period. There are 7 horizontal rows of elements in the periodic table known as period 1, period 2, period 7. Okay. Likewise, periods 1 to 3 are short periods, while periods 4 to 7 are long periods. Period 1 contains 2 elements. Period 2 to 3 contains 8 elements respectively. Periods 4 and 5 contain 18 elements respectively. Period 6 contain 32 elements. Period 7 contains 27 elements. These things, basic, all these things all know. The period 6 contains 32 elements. Elements with proton numbers 57 to 71 are arranged separately in the bottom of the periodic table. This series of elements is known as lanthanides. Whereas the elements proton numbers 18, 9 to 103 in period 7 are arranged separately in the bottom of the periodic table. This series of elements is called actinides. Metallic and non-metallic properties. Elements in group 1 to 13 are...
Sir, can you please narrate slowly, sir?
Yeah. Transition elements in group 3 to 12 are also metals. Elements in group 15, 16, 17 and 18 are non-metals. In group 14, carbon and silicon are non-metals. Germanium is a metallide. It's nothing but semi-metal. Tin and lead are metals. So we'll go to the periodic table. Here, first group elements, except hydrogen, lithium, sodium, potassium, rubidium, cesium, francium are nothing but alkali metals. Beryllium to radium are alkaline earth metals. These yellow color symbols are nothing but transition metals. The green color, it's like green color. Green color indicates these are the metals, basic metals. And light blue color are semi-metals. And thick blue color are non-metals. And light purple color are halogens. These are halogens: fluorine, chlorine, bromine, iodine, arsine. This row. And similarly, thick purple color noble gases: helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon. These are noble gas metals. Light green color metals, lanthanum to lutetium, are nothing but lanthanides. Here, some other different green shade color contains actinides from actinium to lawrencium. This is the basic overview of periodic table of elements. From this, every chemistry generates from this periodic table. For example, if you study carbon compounds, study and synthesis and characterized of exclusively with carbon compounds known as carbon compounds chemistry or nothing but organic chemistry. Whereas in the case of other elements, for example, if you study exclusively on boron metals, boron element, we can say boron chemistry. Nowadays, advanced topics are mostly related to the based on their elemental, atomic and molecular level properties of their different kind of elements. Okay, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah. Because this is
Yes, sir.
very basic level of understanding. Because these all things in your 11th standard, maybe in 12th standard, it may come across you. So I'm not fully detailed discussion of this periodic table, how they are arranging, what are the basic principles have incorporated to arrange the elements in the periodic table. I'm not going to that much details, but just this is a kind of periodic table. In this lecture, we mainly focusing on boron chemistry. Okay, my expertise area is on boron and nitrogen, exclusively on boron and nitrogen rich materials. I'm working on exclusively boron chemistry as well as nitrogen rich chemistry. So in this periodic table, the coming slides will detail discussion which related to the applications and advanced technology related to mainly on boron. Okay, are you following? Are you following? Any doubt about this? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Shall I continue
Yes,
for
sir,
the
we
next
are
slides?
following, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Yes, thank you. There are different kind of areas of chemistry. For example, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, physical chemistry, biochemistry, analytical chemistry, environmental chemistry, polymer chemistry, industrial chemistry, geochemistry, medicinal chemistry. These are the major areas of chemistry, but there are some other advanced topics also. For example, nanochemistry, some other different kind of latest advancement chemical topics also there. So anyway, these are the basic areas of the chemistry. Organic chemistry always deals with the synthesis and characterization of carbon rich compounds, carbon containing compounds. Inorganic chemistry also deals with mostly transition metals and coordination chemistry, coordination compounds, those kind of studies, their crystal structures and their applications dealing with the inorganic chemistry. Physical chemistry deals with the physical change of the materials or molecules in the physical level. For example, physical change means simple, if you are energy related topics, if you are supplying some energy, how the molecule behaves physically, those kind of changes. For example, solid state material, if you are heating, it converts into the molten state. Here state is changing from solid to liquid. So likewise, that kind of physical change, those kind of chemical topics discussed in physical chemistry. And biochemistry related to the biology as well as chemistry, it's a interdisciplinary. And what are the chemical processes involved in the biological systems, that deals with the biochemistry. Analytical chemistry mainly depends upon the how you are analyzing the chemical topics by using various instruments. So for example, it's a kind of diagnosis.
Biogeochemical cycles.
Which one?
Sir, biogeochemical cycles are also related to biochemistry.
Of course, geochemistry is a separate branch, biochemistry is a separate branch. Geochemistry deals with the chemical processes involved in the geology, earth crust and earth core and mantle, what happens inside the earth with metal and metal oxide reactions. Those kind of chemistry deals with geology related. Those chemistry is nothing but geology chemistry. Industrial chemistry nothing but how we are producing chemicals in large scale, tons. So every day we are taking tablets, syrups and so on. So how these chemicals are manufacturing, what are the starting ingredients, how many tons we are preparing, what are the chemical processes involved, and what are the production level. For example, if you wanted to prepare in 100 grams level, the process is different. If you wanted to prepare in 1 ton of say same material, the different chemical engineering aspects also involved if you are preparing tons level. Similarly, polymer chemistry, so many polymers we are using in our day-to-day, like polythene covers, plastics, everything comes under polymer chemistry. Environmental chemistry means what happened if a chemical reaction is going on, some vapors are coming, so what is the role of the poisonous and toxic polluted gases will affect the environment. Those kind of related topics discussed in environmental chemistry. And medicinal chemistry mostly involves the preparation and creation of new drugs for the new diseases based on different kind of, for example, now we are struggling to prepare a cancer drug, wonderful cancer drug, and as well as prepare new drugs for HIV and different kind of corona, different kind of latest diseases. So these new drug molecule synthesis and their characterization and their chemistry involves in the discussed in the area of medicinal chemistry. These are 10 majorly 10 areas of chemistry. Now chemistry in our daily lives, what are the chemical reactions involved in our daily life? We'll see. Chemical reactions are constantly taking place around us. The human body facilitates thousands of chemical reactions every day. From the digestion of food to the movement of muscles, all body actions involve chemical reactions. A few other examples of chemistry in the day-to-day life are humans are also listed below. For example, photosynthesis. Photosynthesis that enables plants to convert water, sunlight, and carbon dioxide into glucose and oxygen in a chemical reaction. This is also one of the best example for the chemistry in our daily life. This process also one of the foundation to provide food for all of us. Soaps and detergents are also another area to use for hygienic work in chemical process known as emulsification. Furthermore, they are produced using the chemical process known as saponification. And similarly, sunscreen lotion. Sunscreen lotions we are all applying while you are going into the outside area. So, for example, even that sunscreen used by humans to protect themselves from harmful UV rays of the sun is based on the chemistry itself. These lotions and creams consist of combination of organic and inorganic compounds that either filter or block the incoming ultraviolet radiation. So some materials automatically they have a capacity to block the ultraviolet radiation. So if you are applying that chemical on your skin, obviously you are protected from the UV radiation. Similarly, so many kind of reactions are happening in our day-to-day life. So let us come to the boron. Boron in the periodic table, the atomic number of boron is 5. Okay, it has two isotopes. One is boron 11, another one is boron 10. Boron 11 is more abundant and boron 10 is lower abundant. Okay, so in this lecture, why the boron is important to study some of the interesting boron.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, speaking. Tell me.
Hello, sir. I am Basaraj from JNU Bijapur, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. With your permission, can I ask and doubt?
Yes, sure.
Sir, what are the benefits of UV radiations except that vitamin D, sir?
What are the benefits of the UV radiation? Okay, you're asking that?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually,
Yes, sir.
we can say some, I will explain in a different advanced application. Okay, some molecule absorbs UV radiation. Okay. Okay, so that kind of molecules attached in drug molecules. Okay, if it attached in a drug molecule, if you are inhaling that kind of drug molecule into the body, this UV radiation will give some kind of luminescent color to track what exactly happening inside the biological system. That kind of application is very advanced in the medicinal level. There are so many advances. There are so many advances in the UV. Okay, based on the functional group, and based on the lone pair of electrons of a molecule, will absorb specific wavelength of radiation. Based on that, we will design the application. Okay, are you following?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, proceed. Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's come to the topic of boron. Boron atomic number is 5. Okay, boron having two isotopes. One is boron 11. We can say B11 and B10. B11 is more abundant. B10 is low abundant. Okay. The compounds of boron. What are the basic and interesting and important compounds of boron, which we are using in our day-to-day life? Okay, we'll see that. Boron and its compounds on burning produces a green colored flame. This is one of the physical characteristic of boron. We can say boron flame. Boron flame always gives green color. This application will be useful in pyrotechnics. I will explain how it happened in the future slides. Next, B10 isotope has high propensity to absorb thermal neutrons. Okay, the application of B10 is involved in the boron neutron cancer treatment therapy. Okay, that is commonly known as BNCT therapy. Okay, in the BNCT, what happened? To prevent or to control the cancer cells or to destroy the cancer cells, there are some drugs. Okay, B10 containing or B10 enriched drug molecule attached to the original drug. These two are injected into the cancer patient in the radiation therapy. Then obviously the patient administered into the radiation room. In the radiation room, there are neutrons bombardment happening, takes place. Those neurons or neutrons accumulated and passing through the cancer patient body and concentrated on particular area of the cancer tumor. Then these neurons will blasted on the specific area of the region itself, so that healthy cells cannot damaged. Only cancer tumor cells only destroyed during this treatment. There are two ways of treatment in the cancer. I think most of the students also know. One is chemotherapy, another one is radiation. Okay, this BNCT come under radiation therapy. Chemotherapy have involves a lot of side effects. For example, hair loss, vision loss, some kind of muscle not functioning, and these kind of side effects while you are taking chemotherapy. And chemotherapy takes 4-5 sittings, 4-5 continuous periodical treatment. For example, every 1 month you have to take one injection. Next, exactly after 30 days, you have to take one more injection. Likewise, it's a systematic periodic treatment. So all patients' body may not be sustainable to digest that kind of strong medicines. So that's why chemotherapy having some kind of problems, these kind of side effects. Similarly, whereas in the case of radiation therapy, BNCT therapy is the advanced radiation therapy wherein boron 10 isotope attached or enriched drug molecule attached to the drug molecule while the patient bombarded by the neutrons. This B10 attack on the cancer tumor area only, so that the neutrons will blast. There is a nuclear reaction taking place in between boron and neutrons, and the lot of amount of energy released during that process, so that the energy will destroy the only tumor cells, not the healthy cells. Here, patient will cure within 2-3 months time only, hardly. So this is not available in India, but it is available in US and Japan and advanced countries. This will come to our India also very soon. This is very advanced. This is under research level. Okay, are you following?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me.
Sir, are there any side effects of BNCT therapy?
No. So far, there is no side effects. So this is one of the advanced cancer treatment therapy. This is available in US and Japan also. Very soon it will come to India also. Now in India, this treatment is little costly because B10 enriched drug molecules having very costly with their preparation involvement taking more and more of money. That's why B10 enriched drugs are very costly. So nowadays it is not available in India, but maybe those who can afford this kind of treatment in abroad, they can go to the abroad and treat them by using this therapy, and then they can cure. So this is the advanced therapy. I am not going much detail, but anyway, this is also involved in the boron chemistry. That's why just I have given one example. Okay, are you followed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you understand my topic, right? Yeah, shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so there are some other applications. Borosilicate glasses. It contains 80% of silicon oxide and B2O3 13%. This kind of glasses are very important. We are using these having low coefficient of linear thermal expansion. They withstand thermal shock better than other glasses. These are very we can say most of the buildings made up of glasses. Those glasses with sky roofs, those kind of glasses made up of these kind of things. Boron forms trivalent electron deficient compounds which are excellent Lewis acids. So Lewis acids means they have to accept the electrons. Obviously, they are acting as a Lewis acids. All boron compounds, especially trivalent electron deficient compounds, acts as Lewis acids. This Lewis acid nature of boron compounds will involve as a catalyst in so many organic organic reactions. That's why we can able to prepare complex reactions in a simple manner. Similarly, boron halides. Boron halides also having catalytic nature. This involves some other important organic and inorganic chemical compounds easily. Boron compounds do not show observable toxicity and therefore sought after themselves acts as an intermediate pharmaceutical and cosmetic industry. Most of the boron compounds are not toxic, not poisonous, so that they can directly incorporate them into the body as drugs and sometimes used in the makeup industry. We can say cosmetic industry. So many fairness creams, so many creams and like plastic surgery also, some of the compounds, this kind of boron compounds are involved to treat. And next, pyrotechnics. What are the boron chemistry role in pyrotechnics? Pyrotechnics means, for example, if some helicopter is flying, so they don't know the exact area where it has to land it. So that time the landed people have fired one kind of gun. The gun bullet goes to some 2-3 kilometers height and then they blast it and gives some kind of color. Based on that color emission, helicopter identifies this is the location. This is the location. We have to land here. That's why they can know the rotation. These are the techniques involved in pyrotechnics. Mostly this kind of techniques involved in army majorly. For example, we can say decoy fires. So misleading the enemy ships, misguiding the enemy missiles. This kind of pyro useful. So what is pyrotechnic? The materials are those which go through self-contained and self-sustained exothermic chemical reactions for the production of heat, light, gas, smoke and sound. So after firing of that bullet of pyrotechnic material, it releases small amount of heat, light, gas and smoke. These can be detected by the other persons. So they can know the exact land location, they can know the exact some kind of location. For example, if something happened in the forest or people may not go exact location. So that time this kind of pyrotechnics will be more useful. Pyrotechnics include fireworks, safety matches, oxygen candles, constituents used in automobile airbag and gas pressure blasting in mining and quarrying demolition. So many applications. This kind of pictures available in, for example, New Year celebrations, different kind of cracker materials we are firing. Those materials involve some kind of boron materials. If you are finding some kind of green color flame, that material contains some fragments of boron. Boron always having physical characteristic of green color flame test. Okay. Next, there are some other chemicals like sodium ferborate. Sodium ferborate, Na2H4B2O8. It releases oxygen. We can say nascent oxygen. Hydrolysis of this salt gives H2O2. This property makes it an oxidizer and chlorine-free bleach, which is also less aggressive. So some kind of whitener toothpaste. Most of the whitener toothpaste involves this chemical. If you are washing your teeth with this chemical, you will feel your plaque on the teeth will clear and will get the crystalline white color teeth. So it's a kind of beauty industry and dental surgeons, they are using for cleaning of plaque and all. Aryl boronic acids are excellent reagents for palladium catalyzed cross coupling reactions. This kind of compounds also involved in the, as I said, catalysis of some kind of novel organic compounds to synthesize new materials, new compounds. These compounds used as a catalyst. With simple reactions, we can able to achieve complex molecule with these kind of chemicals. Carboranes also having another class of boron material, wherein boranes are nothing but boron and hydrogen attached in a covalent manner. Those compounds are nothing but boranes, wherein one pH unit replaced by carbon, we can say carboranes. So carboranes also acts as very interesting materials. So these materials are air stability to form usable stable organic derivatives with high boron content and steric bulkiness to make them weak anionic counterions. It means that these carboron derivatives used in preparation of complex chemical drugs, it cannot attain by the simple reactions. So these kind of carboranes or some other boronic catalysts, use them to synthesize in a complex organic reactions in a simple manner. So that kind of simple reactions, these will be useful. Boron carbide, this is also one of the interesting compound. Boron carbide and boron nitride have hardness close to the diamond and high melting points, make them useful materials in nuclear and defense industry. So especially boron carbide and boron nitride materials useful to prepare bulletproof vents, bulletproof cars, so many applications. Aircraft front part, we can say, that is clearly transparent but lightweight. Even bullets also cannot immerse into that a layer. So that much strong it is. Boron carbide and boron nitride. These are all comes under boron chemistry. Next, another chemical is boric acid. Boric acid is a simple antiseptic. Even every medical shop we can able to get this compound. For example, 100 grams bottle around 30 rupees, 40 rupees. This kind of antiseptic powder, most of the cases used in wounds and sometimes sweat rashes, some kind of skin problems. This material is mostly useful. That is boric acid. B2O3. Mostly in, suppose in boroplus powder, boroplus powder itself contains some kind of some material of boric acid. Of course, there are some other material, but this is also one of the ingredient of that material. And some itchiness, it clears, it is reduces the pain and the itches, pain of the itches, and some kind of some ringworms, itchworms, these kind of skin problems. This material will be very useful. First of all, boron was isolated by Sir Humphrey Davy, followed by Gay Lussac, and then Thénard. They are the actual inventors of the boron. Boron available in the earth crust, but it's not available in a simple boron form. It was available in different ores. Those details will come under. This will accomplished by the reaction of boric acid with potassium metal. They have prepared the boron by using the reaction of boric acid with potassium metal. Then elemental boron is a dopant. Elemental boron always acts as a p-type semiconductor industry. So that by using elemental boron, ultra pure boron material used in picture tubes of TVs, modems, LED, LCD screens, and mobile glass materials. There are so many applications in our day-to-day life with this boron chemistry. Crystalline boron is a black solid, not found in elemental form on Earth, is inert chemically and is resistant to attack by boiling HF and hydrochloric acid also. Even if you are reacting strong acids with boron powder, it will not react that much strong enough. This compound, it has two isotopes. One is B11, it has natural abundance of 80%, and B10, natural abundance of 20%. When finally divided, it is attacked slowly by hot concentrated nitric acid. Only in the powder form, these will be slowly attacked with nitric acid. Okay, boron available in two ores, both are tinkal and kaolinite. Tinkal is nothing but borax. Na2B4O7 H2O, 10H2O. Under refinement, we are eliminating 5 moles of water. Then we obtain the Na2B4O7 5H2O, followed by the reaction with H2SO4, we obtain the boric acid. Boric acid at 170 degrees centigrade, we are removing the water, nothing but dehydration, we obtain HPO2. It's nothing but metaboric acid, followed by the again dehydration at elevated temperatures of 300 degrees centigrade, undergoes dehydration, we obtain the pyroboric acid H2B4O7, then followed by heat of that material, we obtain the boron trioxide B2O3. Then this will reacted with magnesium metal, we obtain the ultra pure boron. High purity boron is also available through thermal decomposition of boron halides. There are some other processes how we are attain boron. Okay, at elevated temperatures of boron halides will also give boron powder. This is also another procedure. How we are preparing the boron. This is the method of synthesis of boron.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Could you please go slowly?
Yes, sure. Okay. So I have some time constraint. That's why I'm going a little fast. If you have any doubt to say something, you can simply say, okay, I will stop. And are you following now, up to now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
sir.
And
Yes, sir.
yeah, industrially important boron compounds. What are the industrially important compounds which we are prepared in tons level? So out of that, borax is one of them. The borax is called tinkal. Tinkal is another common name, which originates from Sanskrit as borax, was discovered early in the dry lake beds of Tibet. It is mostly available in Tibet lake beds. So from the Sanskrit word, we can say borax. It is a precursor of all other well-known boron oxygen containing compounds. So from this material only, most of the boron and oxygen containing compounds we have prepared in our laboratory. It has a fire retardant properties and is mildly alkaline in nature. So it will not easily catches fire, boron oxides. It's not easily taking fire. So that wherever possible cases of applications of fire retardant, this kind of material will coated on that layer so that it will not easily catch fire. This is also one of the application of borax. It is added to the in the applications of fertilizers as a boron. Boron as a semi-micro nutrient for plants. An adequate amount of boron in the soil is 12 milligrams for 1 kg. So this is the amount of boron we have to feed the plants. If the boron content of the soil drops 0.14 milligrams for 1 kg, then boron deficiency. So that some kind of trees will always having some boron deficiency, so that the leaves will get a little pale yellow color and then fall down. So that's kind of a disease, boron deficiency. So that time we have to feed that plants by boron rich fertilizers. Okay, this borax also used in the fertilizer industry. It is also used as a flux and glass former in metallurgy. In the metallurgy, boron is a p-type semiconductor, as well as in the glass industry, we have attached some kind of silicon oxides along with this boron oxides. We form another kind of different compositions of glass materials based on their different applications. We can say, for example, hard material, transparent, which is not easily breakable. That kind of glass applications, we are going to use this kind of material. It is also used in timborsing, a process by which wood is inserted into hot borax solution to make protective impregnation against wood boring insects. Sometimes, we can say in red sandal and some Srigandham, what you can say Srigandham, some very costly wood, sandals. Yes, yeah, sandalwood. So around 20 years is the time for growing of that plants, right? Sandalwoods. So it is taking 20 years to grow. Then only we have to cut the that sandalwood and then prepare sandal oil. So before that, that kind of plants are attacked by some insect. Okay, so that insect, what it does, it cuts the plant and stop the growing of plant at the age of 8 years or 10 years or 12 years, that might be. So if that is the case, what we have to do is this borax material mixed in some kind of water, prepare in a paste kind of material, just put little hole for the wood, that trunk of that plant, and insert and paste accordingly. So that insect will cut with their teeth of this borax, immediately that insect will die. This kind of process is nothing but timborizing. That material is nothing but hot borax. It's a little hot, warm borax we are inserted into the plant to save the crop. Okay, this is also one of the applications of the borax. In a traditional method, gold mining, borax has been used as a substitute for toxic mercury. Previously in gold mining, mercury compounds are used. Okay, instead of mercury, now borax chemical also acts as a similar fashion to achieve pure gold extraction. Okay, are you following?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, next.
Yes, sir.
There is another interesting chemical, sodium perchlorate. Mostly this material is used in most of the fairness creams, most of the what you can say plastic surgery kind of materials will be used by using sodium perborate. We can say this is a smile box. This is a smile box is nothing but it's a kind of common name wherein this material acts to clean the plaque of the teeth, to get the clear white color teeth, to get our smile beautiful. That's why this is mostly used. But this is a little costly. Costly in the sense maybe one toothpaste of 100 grams around 500 to 600 rupees. Mostly it is available in dental surgeons and dentists and some other film stars. Some little fascinating people in their day-to-day life they are using this one. But this is not continuously, but sometimes maybe weekly once or monthly once or something like that. So this elementary structural unit is a dimeric. It's a two forms. Dimer means two form. Two atoms, two molecular units attached in dimer form. So those dimer form is nothing but B2O4 OH taken 4. This is an anion. It is a source of active oxygen. Active oxygen are nothing but nascent oxygen. It releases to remove the flak of the teeth. That's why it is used as a teeth whiteners and bleaches, and also it is non-toxic, not pollutant also. It releases oxygen rapidly at 60 degrees centigrade. That's why just with warm water, if you are using this paste, we make our smile very beautiful. This is another chemical, orthoboric acid, because all these chemicals in your future chemistry studies may come across you in the 11th standard, 12th standard, or in the first BSc, second BSc, or in engineering, or sometime if you are opted for masters in chemistry, this kind of chemistry will be added some doses at that level. Okay, be careful. Boric acid is a crystalline form, consists of layers of BOH3 taken thrice molecules held together by hydrogen bonding. So it is an acid. Boric acid does not dissociate, releasing H plus, but effectively donates a proton to another molecule of water, itself acting as a Lewis acid as shown in the equation. Because of this application, this kind of materials used as a catalyst, and that catalytic nature involves this material acts as insecticides. So it kills insects, cockroaches. Most of our hit and some kind of Bayer cockroach killer material made up of this kind of orthoboric acid. It may not harm to humans, but it kills insects. So this kind of chemistry also involved in the insecticide applications also. There are metaboric acid, HbO2. Heating of boric acid at 80 to 100 degrees centigrade releases one equivalent of water to give orthorhombic metaboric acid. So how we have prepared metaboric acid means just heat the boric acid in a normal pan or something like that. We obtain the metaboric acid. Metaboric acid upon heating.
Sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir.
Yes.
Orthoboric acid is also used in pesticides, sir.
Yes, of course, but the level of concentration is different. You understand? Okay. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Orthoboric acid also used in pesticides somewhere. Similarly, different concentration of orthoboric acid also used to kill the cockroaches, flies, some kind of hit and bear applications. Bear hit regularly. Sometimes in our homes also we are using to kill some insects, right? So level of concentration may be different because insecticides, small amount of orthoboric acid is sufficient enough. That means it mixed with some kind of alcoholic alcohols like ethanol or something like that, dissolved in that area and just spray. Whereas in the case of pesticides, that concentration is a little bit higher because pests are they cannot easily killed by the low concentration. Okay. The metaboric acid is a molecule consists of three forms. It is trimer. It is a trimer. It involves C3H symmetry. Upon heating 140 degrees centigrade in a sealed ampoule, orthorhombic metaboric acid converts into monoclinic form, which has one boron in tetrahedral geometry. Because mostly boron in trigonal geometry, if you are heating this material in a closed vessel, that will convert into the tetrahedral boron. That is important because tetrahedral means 4 bonds in a tetrahedral nature. Normally boron having 3 bonds, that is in triangular shape. We can say trigonal shape. Okay, here the physical structure has changed by heating. That's why just I am showing this one. And boron trioxide, I already discussed so many boron trioxide materials. Mostly boron trioxide materials used in glass industry. so many glass materials made up of this glass only. So based on the compositions, different kind of applications we design, we use them as in glass industry. For example, if you are 80% SiO2 and 13% Ba2O3 and 4% aluminum oxide and 4% Na2O, these composition used in some applications because these are very hard glass. These cannot easily breakable. Mostly roof buildings, sky buildings, and fascinating transparent glass materials. That kind of areas we are using this glass. Whereas in the case of our regularly used dinner sets, the composition of P2O3 and some other materials will be changed. So based on the compositions, we have used this B2O3 in different applications. Boron trioxide is also an essential ingredient in high quality various enamels, modern day TVs, laptops and mobile phones, specialty glasses. Suppose most of the mobile phones also we are using tampered glass, no? We have to protect our original screen. So that glass itself involve some kind of non-toxic boron compounds made up of B2O3. Okay, are you following? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Yes, any doubt? Yeah. Boron carbide. This is also another important material. Boron carbide mostly it's a bulletproof material. This material mostly used by armed forces and also in cars industry. Fascinating cars, for example, BMW, Merc, some kind of cars front door made up of these things. For example, most of the cases in James Bond movies we have seen some cars are not able to fire by with machine guns or something like that. So that front and some side mirror glass made up of this kind of materials. That is boron carbide, extremely hard material, almost like as hard as a diamond. Okay, this material also prepared from B2O3, as I had discussed. B2O3 so many applications. In a similar fashion, B2O3 also have application in the preparation of boron carbide material, which is used as a bulletproof material and some other armed tank first layer. Okay, for example, we in the army and navy, and there are some air force applications also. Some kind of bombers are directly hit our vehicles. So even though bombers and bullets hit our bomber vehicle, will not disturb because the vehicle is made up of the boron carbide and boron nitride materials. These are made up of these are prepared from boron oxide with carbon charcoal. In presence of electric arc furnace at elevated temperatures, we get the boron carbide along with carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide as a ingredient material. So this is one of the very interesting applications. So many tons of materials we have prepared in our bulletproof applications. First of all, this is prepared and invented by Henry Moissan. He is a father of fluorine chemistry. He first time prepared the boron carbide by the reduction of boron trioxide with magnesium in presence of carbon in an electric arc furnace at elevated temperature. Okay. Next, what are the properties of boron carbide? It is very ultra hard. Unique physical structure of boron carbide gives rise to corresponding unique properties, several of which have proven anomalous and puzzling due to both inconsistencies in the reported experimental data and an incomplete representation of the atomic structure boron carbide. That means that it has perfect crystalline nature of layers. Even bullet also cannot pass from one layer to other layer. That's why it became that much hard. It's very extremely hard as diamond. The melting point of this material is 2600 degrees centigrade. If you wanted to molten that material, you have to heat this much temperature. It's a chemically inert, lightweight, non-toxic, non-pollutant, and it's radiation hard also. Even some kind of radiation materials like plutonium, uranium, thorium, those kind of materials, boxes made up of this material. This is radiation hard. Exhibits thermally activated conductivity. That means that if you wanted to conduct some kind of electricity or heat this material, it will be little flexible. That's why it acts as a p-type semiconductor. That's why this material is also used in semiconductor. Little bit warm at 40 degrees centigrade or 50 degrees centigrade, these compound will get activated to absorb electrons so that electrons flow will continuously monitored and then getting different kind of applications in the areas of light emitting diodes, semiconductor applications, especially laptops and LCD screen televisions, LED TVs, television screens. Those kind of applications will be used or involved with this kind of materials. Next, boron halides. Mostly boron halides having relative Lewis acidity. This kind of nature, what happened is to prepare a large complex molecule by using this catalyst in a simpler way, it can be possible. Mostly
Hello, sir.
boron, yes, yes, speaking. Yes, tell me.
Hello, sir.
Yes, tell me.
Yes, sir. Can I ask and out, sir?
Yes, sure.
Sir, we heard that boron carbide may release toxic fumes if it is involved in a fire, sir.
No. Generally, fire will not do anything to boron carbide, because boron carbide is highly inert material. It is a fire retardant, chemically inert, lightweight material, very hard material. Hardly fire will give maximum 300 degrees centigrade. Okay, it will stable up to 2600 degrees centigrade. You understand? Fire temperature is maximum around 300 degrees centigrade only.
Yes, sir.
Beyond that, it won't go. Beyond that, it won't go. Even that much hot, high temperature of 300 degrees centigrade will not do anything with this kind of chemical. Okay. Okay. Let us take boron halides. Mostly boron halides acts as a catalyst, wherein boron halides are extremely toxic. Unlike other boron compounds, what I have previously discussed, these compounds are toxic. For example, BF3, BCl3, BR3. These are toxic gases. But how we have handled these materials? Means that we have fast these gases to electron-rich substances like ethers. Let us take diethyl ether. BF3 reacts either the lone pair of electrons of oxygen, forming a bond with empty orbitals of boron. Obviously, form an adduct. It's an adduct. Okay, that adduct is stable, non-toxic. So, wherever possible BF3 applications are involved, we are using BF3 etherate, because BF3 etherate easily destroys at 150 or something 150 degrees centigrade. So that we don't want BF3 etherate, simply we need only BF3. Simple, we have to heat that reaction. We evaporate the ether and we obtain the BF3 gas to react the further chemicals. That's why these chemicals, boron halides, mostly involves in catalysis. Catalysis means it's not directly involved in the reaction, but it will speed up the reaction so that we obtain our targeted products. You understand? Next, these compounds involved in the reactions of polymerization of olefins. Polymerization of olefins is nothing but plastic industry. Major plastic industry involves this polymerization of olefins, vinyl ethers, means rubber, indene, terpenes, styrene, unsaturated acids. These are all involved in the preparation of plastics, rubber industry, suppose tires manufacturing. These chemicals are only involved as a catalyst to prepare that much large vulcanized rubbers. Similarly, alkylation of aromatic phenols with olefins and alkenes. So there are these kind of applications mostly related to the organic chemistry. Organic chemistry, if you are aiming to prepare a large complex drug molecule with a natural procedure, if it is not possible, that time this kind of catalyst we add to complete that reaction to attain the targeted molecule. You understand? Next, this is also same application. Next, this is one of the interesting compound. Alfred Stock is a Nobel laureate. He has prepared various boron hydrides. Boron hydrides. What are boron hydrides? Boron hydrides are nothing but boron and hydrogen attached in a covalent bond, BH, single bond. You understand? There are different kind of boron hydrates. We can say boron hydrates, commonly known as boranes. Okay, these boranes are very highly sensitive, highly toxic, highly poisonous. Okay, that is the reason why he has prepared, Alfred Stock has prepared one kind of manifold. This kind of manifold right now we are using in our laboratory. Right now in our laboratory, even my laboratory also, we have established this kind of manifold to perform regular boron reactions in this manifold only. In our Akram Research Center itself, we have this one. So he only first prepared the manifold, how the gases isolate and the gas can go to the further reacting mixture and then reacted with that material and convert into some other reactions and forming some other boron material as confirmed with the help of this material only. That is nothing but manifold, vacuum manifold. We can say here we can pass inert gases, simultaneously we can apply high vacuum as well as directly attached with our regular chemical reaction chambers with this manifold. This is one of the advanced chemical establishment. Previously nobody knows what is the poisonous gas, how these poisonous gas are coming after reacting two chemicals. That's why extremely dangerous to handle. So without disturbing their original life with their harmful chemicals, they have designed that kind of manifold. This is one of the interesting invention during the days. That's why he got Nobel Prize. Alfred Stock, he is the father of boron hydride chemistry. Previously nobody knows boron attached hydrogen in a covalent fashion. That was discovered, invented by the scientist. Okay, his students also, two of his students, Emil Fischer, Henry Moison, also got Nobel Prizes. Okay, for performing reactions of higher borans. Okay, Alfred Stock first prepared a series of boron hydrates, including B2H6, means nothing but diborane. Some of your lectures also involves diborane structure. You know, right? Diborane. Maybe 11th standard or 12th standard, diborane structure explanation will be available in your textbooks of chemistry, right? Okay, and separates them by using the sophisticated vacuum manifold. Due to their high air and moisture sensitive and highly flammable nature, so far they are not sufferable. With help of this manifold, he only first separated the diborane with some other chemical of boranes. He has published his work in 1933 in a paper. That's why he got Nobel Prize. Boron hydrates, normally there are different kind of boron hydrates. There are two classification. One is related to the structural classification. Another one is number of boron. Based on boron number, we can say lower boranes. Lower boranes are nothing but BH3 and B2H6. These two we can call as lower boranes up to B4H10. B2H6, B3H9, B4H10. These are, we can say, lower boranes, wherein boron number having 4 boron atoms. B5 to B10 are nothing but middle boranes. B5H9, B5H11, B6H10, B10H14. These are nothing but middle borons. From B12H12, B12H14, B12 onwards, if you are increasing the boron number of the chemical molecule, we can say those are higher boranes. This is one kind of simple classification. Lower boranes, middle boranes, higher boranes. But lower boranes and middle boranes are extremely toxic, highly poisonous, highly flammable, highly sensitive. Please notice this. Up to B10, extremely dangerous. Okay. Then how we prepared this kind of chemicals? He has prepared magnesium boride reacted with phosphoric acid. He obtained different kind of boranes. Those are tetraborane. Boron compound number 4 means B4, 4 boron atoms. We can say tetraborane. B5 pentaborane. B6 hexaborane. This is a common chemical nomenclature. Okay. B2H6 obtained by the reaction of sodium borohydride with phosphoric acid. We obtained the B2H6, that is that diborane. Okay, along with some sodium phosphate with hydrogen evolution. B2H6 itself undergoes pyrolysis. Pyrolysis, we obtain different kind of boranes. B4H10, B5H9, B5H11, B10H14. From this reaction mixture, he has
Sir, this
separated.
method is also used for the recycling of tiles, no sir?
Yeah, yes, of course. Pyrolysis is a process involved heating of that material at elevated temperature in inert gases. Okay, that is nothing but pyrolysis. It's a process involved heating of that material in presence of inert gases. That is nothing but pyrolysis. Okay, you understand my point, right? Pyrolysis is different, combustion is different. Why I am saying pyrolysis, same heating at elevated temperature in presence of inert gases. Inert gases means nitrogen, argon, basically helium. These kind of gases we are using because these are inert gases. Even that material heated by higher temperature also, it won't react with that gas material. So this can be dimered, and then forming different kind of various borings. From this mixture, he has separated B2H6 by using this manifold. That's why he got Nobel Prize. That time, this is very crucial and dangerous job. You understand the definition of pyrolysis? Even plastics also recycled by this method only, pyrolysis. Okay, if we are passing oxygen with any material, heating, that is nothing but combustion. Combustion is nothing but complete oxidation reaction in presence of oxygen with any material. Undergoes, if it contains carbon material, carbon dioxide, water. If it contains carbon dioxide, carbon, CH, hydrogen, nitrogen, it converted to, during combustion reaction, carbon dioxide, water and nitrogen gas. In the similar fashion, if you have a material of boron material during combustion reaction, CHNB, that kind of material, if you are doing combustion in presence of oxygen, it will give to carbon dioxide, hydrogen, water, nitrogen and B2O3 as the products. You understand difference between pyrolysis and combustion? Yeah, yes, tell me.
Sir, is nitrogen an inert gas, sir?
Yeah, yes, nitrogen is inert gas.
Yes.
Okay. Then the structure of diborane is very complex matter during that days. That's why he has proposed 3-centered 2-electron bond. It is called as banana bond. Maybe in your 11th standard or 12th standard, the complete structural analysis of diborane will come across you. Okay. First of all, boron, sodium borohydride is a starting material reacted with iodine in presence of tetrahydrofuran or any solvent, dry solvent. We obtained B2H6. B2H6 itself, first BH3 formation takes place. BH3 undergoes dimerization. Even at lower temperature, BH3 gas itself used as a hydrogenating agent in triple bonds. Triple bonds, there are triple bonds. One side, one H will attach, another side will BH2 will attach. So this is kind of addition reaction of triple bond converted to double bond. So that kind of addition reactions also taking place with this BH3 gas. So same BH3 gas at elevated temperature, little higher temperature, it will undergo dimerization forming B2H6. From B2H6 pyrolysis, B4H10 forms, that is tetraborane. Similarly, still higher temperature, pentaborane will form. Still at higher temperature, maybe with a different mechanism. In presence of diethyl ether in a closed vessel, we obtain B10H14. This is known as decaborane. These materials are very, very important during the days because these compounds release very, very highest amount of energy during combustion. So what is these compounds importance? We will take in the next slides. Are you following? So far, any doubt?
No, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Klexinger and Pauling combinedly form a statement. Combinedly form a statement based on their research observation how the diborane structure will look like. As I said, diborane structure involves one boron, one BH3 unit here, another BH3 unit is here. In between, hydrogen bond forms between one hydrogen of one BH3 unit with another B boron of BH3 unit in a similar fashion. So here there are two electrons sharing by three atoms. We can say three bonded, three centered, two electron bond. This is called as, it's looking like banana. So that's why we can say banana bond. So that's why they have proposed B2H6. They got Nobel Prize for this wonderful invention. Next, later on, I already told no, boron hydrates are different kind of compounds. So those are lower boranes, middle boranes, higher boranes. What are lower boranes? BH3 and B2H6. Up to boron number 2, we can say simple lower boranes. From B3 to B5, we can say middle boranes. B5 to B10, middle boranes, and B12 to higher number of boron atoms increases. Those are higher boranes. That is one type of simple classification. In a similar fashion, after studying and synthesizing so many compounds, they have obtained different kind of boron hydride compounds. That's why their classification little bit changed by using syntax numbering. It was first invented by Lipscomb. He is also one of the Nobel Prize winner. He is the man, Lipscomb. He has derived one kind of formula based on their syntax number. For example, closure structure. Closure structure is nothing but icosahedron polyhedron structure. Here polyhedron, how it looks like one cylinder, one pentagon above side, one pentagon below side. All together, it is looking like icosahedron structure. It is a very stable structure. So those kind of structures of boranes are nothing but closoboranes. Nidoboranes are nothing but nest-like boranes. It's looking like nest-like boranes. For example, B4H10, nest-like boranes. Those are nidoboranes. This thing, it's a kind of nest. You know, it's looking like nest. No, likewise. Arachnoboranes, it's a spider web kind of observation. Example is B5H11, B6H12. These are like arachnoboranes. Hyphoboranes, it's like a open polyhedra, means it's completely open structured. Conjunctoboranes means it mixed with two boron structures. This is nothing but conjuncto. So these are the simple classification. Another one is closo, another one is nido, arachno, hypho, conjuncto. So out of these compounds, we are mainly discussing today closoboranes only. We are not discussing much related to the nido, arachno, hypo, and conjuncto. Okay, just you.
Hello. Sir.
Yes.
May
Yes.
I ask one question, sir?
Yes. Yes, sure.
Sir, I think that closo has n+1 concerned polyhedron and nido has n+2 and then arachno n+3, I think. But here in the slide, the nido written n+1. Is there any?
No, it's n+1 only. Nido is n+1 only because this closopolyhedra, how it's looking like, it's a BNHN structure. BNHN structure.
HN.
Okay, actually it is not a neutral molecule. Okay, it is a dianion. Dianion means it has 2 units of negative charge, especially B12 H12 -2. It's a not neutral molecule. The structure is dianion. It is occupied always with 2 units of positive charge of cation. This is right only. N+1 is nido. Nido means nest-like structure. This one means that here comparatively one boron atom excess than the one side of this thing. Okay, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is pentagon, no? One pentagon we have removed from the closure structure. We obtained nest-like structure. That is nothing but nido. Okay. Anyway, just you learn only closoboranes. Today I am only discussing about the closoboranes, wherein the structural representation should be BNHN. Okay. Here all boron atoms attached with hydrogen in a covalent nature. You understand?
Okay.
Covalent nature, covalent bond. That's why boranes, the structure is icosahedron, perfect polyhedron. Means that it is a cylinder here. On the top of one cylinder, one pentagon. On below of that cylinder, another pentagon. So the all together joined, we obtained icosahedron, which is stable. Okay.
Okay.
So
Thank you, sir.
yeah, this is different kind of borane structures. Okay. For example, B2H6, the boiling point, electronic count, shape. As I said, nido, BnHn plus 4. B4H10, tetraborane, boiling point is 16. Extremely dangerous, extremely toxic. Be careful. Tetraborane is extremely toxic. Even if you are inhaling this thing one time, immediately the situation is fatal. That's it. All these boranes are extremely dangerous. B2H6, B4H10, B5H9, B5H11, B6H10, B10H14 up to this level are extremely toxic. Okay, because regularly we are involved in these kind of preparations and all. That's why by using the expertise, persons only can handle this kind of material, like us, not like all persons. Okay, so this kind of chemistry is very dangerous, highly pyrophoric. Here, it can obviously
Hello, sir.
hello.
Uh,
Are
okay.
you following?
Yes, sir. Yes. I thought you got connected.
Maybe some net
Please
issues.
continue.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, how much time still I have left?
15 minutes, sir.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Slides are visible now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. So far I have given some kind of introduction of different kind of boron compounds, which they are come across in our day-to-day life and some kind of different real-time applications. But now the actual research starts from this slide only. Okay. I am taking you into the advanced science of synthesizing, preparing in large scale and characterizing and the application level. Okay, so we came to understand that boron hydride compounds are releasing high amount of energy. That is true. In the periodic table, there are some elements which releases high amount of energy. Okay, those slides will come after some time. So how we are using this boron hydride chemistry into the rocket or aircraft propellants or missile applications or some other applications. Since I am a DRDO person, I am working in the Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials. So we are always try to develop new kind of material which has highest amount of energy during combustion process will be useful in some kind of missile applications as well as in propellant applications as well as in different armaments and different armed forces applications we are always dealing with. So in that way, regularly we have prepared so many kind of materials. Those are highly high amount of energetic materials, we can say, compatible with RDX, HMX, Cl20. These are explosive materials. So similarly, aluminum, hydrogen, boron hydrides, and some other metal fuel. These materials will be used in propellant applications. And similarly, some other oxidizers, ammonium dinitramide, ammonium nitrate, ammonium perchlorate, these kind of materials we are always dealing with. So when coming to the topic of boron hydrates, what are the boron hydrates? Acts as rocket fuel. In 1930s, boron's potential began to emerge when it was found that boron-based materials produced more heat than the corresponding carbon-based compounds. That means previously they have used carbon-containing materials as a propellants. So those kind of materials will burn and release more amount of carbon dioxide and water. But these elements energy is very limited. That's why they are not able to aim or target long range missiles or long range propellants and different kind of space applications. So it was estimated that boron hydrates could produce 30,000 BTUs for 1 lb of energy during combustion process when compared to the normal hydrocarbon fuel, which releases only 18,000. Boron releases very high. Okay, so how you prepared this kind of material? That is important. Sodium borohydrate reacted with iodine, we obtained diborane. That is already I have discussed. These diborane undergoes pyrolysis, we obtained decaborane. Okay, these decaborane used as a rocket fuel in 1980s because decaborane releases very highest amount of energy. Diborane cannot be used as a fuel because diborane is a gas. Even decaborane itself is a sublimable solid. It's a lower boiling temperature, but it's very highly toxic. During that days also, most of the scientists from Russia and US have prepared this kind of material in large scale. But the problem is that it involves toxicity. So real-time application having some problem. That is the reason why they have skipped on trying to look for next level of advanced boron fuels. So in that way, there are different kind of materials which used as a rocket fuels. For example, we can say high energy materials. This is in DRDO major area. High energy materials nothing but explosives, propellants, pyrotechnics. Explosives are nothing but RDX, HMX, lead acid. These release energy very spontaneously, very high energy, because not all molecules which releases energy not come under explosives category, because regularly biscuits, petrol, biscuits also giving some energy, right? We are taking biscuits, we are getting some energy. That is also nothing but it's a kind of digestion. It is also releasing energy, but biscuit will not be explosive. Similarly, petrol we are feeding into the mechanical engine through we are traveling. Petrol itself giving energy during combustion process, but it's not come under explosive category. But what is the role? What is the crucial parameter acts as explosive? Means that it will give energy spontaneously within short span of time, fraction of the seconds. When it undergoes combustion, when it undergoes ignition, it will release a huge amount of energy. Those kind of materials only we can call them as explosives. Explosives, there are different kind of classification: primary explosives, secondary explosives, low explosives, high explosives. There are so many, but I am not going much detail about this. But for example, explosives examples are RDX, HMX, lead acid. These are all explosives. Next way, propellants. Propellants also energetic materials, but these also releases high energy. But explosives to propellants, there is a clear-cut definition. Explosives undergo detonation mechanism, whereas propellants undergo deflagration mechanism. What is detonation? Detonation involves release of energy within a short span of time when undergoes ignition or undergoes combustion. Whereas in the case of propellants, releases high amount of energy continuously, not within a short span of time. It's a continuous release of energy. That's why we are using propellants as a fuels in rockets to launch rockets in the space. So once we have fired the rocket, obviously it takes our satellite launch in the space at the corresponding place. So mostly propellant applications involves in ISRO applications. Okay, how many propellants? Those things will be, there is separate classification. Pyrotechnics are nothing but it gives some kind of smoke, fire, heat, sound with a different color. These will be useful in decoy fires. Decoy fires means misguiding the enemy ships, misguiding the enemy missile, and obviously it shows the exact location of different armament helicopters and different kind of those applications will be involved in this application, nothing but pyrotechnics. Example is phosphorus pentoxide with phosphorus oxide. Okay, this is a rocket design, solid propellant rocket like this, liquid propellant rocket like this. At the school level children, I'm not going much detail, but anyway, this first part contains some kind of electronic systems. Sometimes it may have some satellites here, obviously followed by the solid fuel along with oxidizer and some igniter and combustion chamber and the exhauster. Similar case in the liquid propellants also, obviously similar kind of structure with different chambers. Okay, so what are the, now our concentration is not in explosive, not in pyrotechnics. Only I am discussing today with propellant composition, propellant compositions, propellant applications. Those things only we are discussing because anyway time is running short. Okay, propellants are composites of combustible materials as fuel and oxidizers mixed with polymeric binders and plasticizers. For example, ammonium perchlorate is an oxidizer, hydroxy terminated polybutadiene is a binder, aluminum is a fuel, plasticizer and some kind of material, plasticizer and other additives. This is nothing but a propellant. Okay, burning usually proceeds violently and accompanied by a flame or sparks and hissing or crackling sound, but not by a sharp or loud bang in the case of detonating explosives. Only explosives undergoes detonation, that time only it will give sharp and loud bang sound. Those are detonating explosives. But whereas in the case of propellants, it's continuously giving sound as well as smoke and fire along with huge amount of energy from the exhaust of the rocket engine. Okay, now why boron? Periodic table, almost 116 elements are there, but all the elements will not undergo combustion to release high amount of energy. You understand? Only some elements will undergo combustion reactions, release high amount of energy. Those are, first one is hydrogen, second one is beryllium, boron, lithium, magnesium, sulfur, zinc. In this slide, hydrogen is not there. Okay, no problem. Since hydrogen is a gas, these are metals. We can say boron also not metal, but it's a metallide kind of thing, partial metal. Okay, what are the drawbacks of each of them? Why you are choosing boron? Okay, hydrogen releases huge amount of energy during combustion and forming water vapor as exhaust product, which is environmentally friendly. But taking hydrogen into the space level is very complex. There is a technology lag. We don't have that much technology. Those technologies nothing but cryogenic technology, wherein we can store the gases in the liquid form at minus 280 degrees centigrade. Minus 280 degrees centigrade, we can store those gases into the liquid form. Those liquids mix with oxygen in the combustion chamber releases huge amount of energy along with water vapor. That is nothing but oxidation of hydrogen in the rocket engine. But in the case of hydrogen issue, we can't able to serve hydrogen at high altitude of rocket engines. It's very technology lag problem. Next one is beryllium. Beryllium also undergoes oxidation or combustion, react with oxygen to form beryllium oxides, BeO. Beryllium oxides are extremely toxic. So this material cannot be used in propellant applications. That's why this is also ruled out. Next, presently, right now we are using aluminum, plenty of aluminum material or metal fuel used in so many rockets and fuels, even Agni 5 and Akash missiles and so many missiles. Missiles and the rocket launchers. Both are having different applications. Missiles having warheads, rockets having satellites. You understand? Both are having similar kind of fuels. Remaining other materials are almost same. If you are launching a rocket in the space, that is undergoes space application with that rocket. If you are launching missiles or warheads into the enemy place, that is nothing but missile applications. This is come under DRDO category. Previously, one student asking about the applications related to the DRDO and ISRO. ISRO launches rockets by using rockets. DRDO launches warheads or missiles. Okay, you understand? You clear? Are you following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good. Yeah, then. So
Yes,
boron
sir.
and aluminum. Yeah, aluminum. So aluminum we are regularly using presently. Most of the fuel rich propellants and different kind of space applications also involved in the usage of aluminum as a fuel. But aluminum, 1 kg of aluminum releases only 30,900 kilojoules for 1 kg of aluminum. Okay. Lithium minus 42,600 kilojoules for 1 kilogram. Beryllium releases 58,800 kilojoules for 1 kg. So out of all, after the next choice is boron. We have to choose boron as a fuel. But there are some other important limitations of boron. Why we are not able to use boron as a metal fuel directly? That is the reason why, based on the limitations of boron, we performed our research and we designed some of the newly developed materials. I will show in the next slides. Used as a rocket fuels. I will show. Next, why boron? Boron based compounds are stable and insensitive towards moisture. Boron powder and boron containing compounds as additives in propellant and explosive composition in the preferred choice rather than metallized fuel rich systems due to their high energy potential. Because it releases huge amount of energy. That's why we have used boron powder in different applications of missiles and propellants. However, the problem of pure ignitably of boron prevents its application in space and defense requirements, because boron powder cannot easily ignited, easily catch fire. So it requires ultra pure oxygen in the combustion process. In the field level applications, it may not be possible. That is the reason why boron powder use was minimized. You understand? Elemental nanoparticles are the next area. If the particle size is lower than the present size, the effect of combustion will improve. That's why simple using of boron powder in normal size, preparing of boron in nano size will be more useful. This is one of the other applications. I am not going to much detail to this thing. And some of the organic moieties. So we are using boron as a fuel, but the problem of boron is boron cannot easily ignite it. That's clear. But how you have to ignite the boron? That is our target. So to ignite the boron, we have delivered boron in a different form of boron based compounds. Those are boron and hydrogen attached in a covalent fashion form boron hydrates, nothing but boranes. Those boranes are closoboranes. We have prepared the closoboranes. Closoborane is a neutral, not neutral molecule. It's a dianion. We have attached dication with the dianion, so that the dications comes with highly flammable organic heterocyclic ionic liquids. Mixing of this highly flammable compound, highly non-flammable compounds, forming a mixture to produce an ignited, that kind of materials. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you following? My voice is audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Voice is audible, sir.
Yes, yes. Screen is visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Audible.
I am going to conclude very. Yeah, it's fine. So how much time I have? I am going. Shall I take 5 minutes more?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes. Here we have highly flammable material in one hand. We have highly non-ignitable material of boron in another hand. We are mixing of these two material to form a novel material which can be easily ignited. Those materials we have synthesized in our laboratory and characterized them, and these materials are tested for the rocket propellants just one step ahead. So we have transferred the technology to the DRDO laboratories. They have prepared these kind of materials in a large scale to test the rockets as a rocket fuels. Okay, so I am going to present some of the materials which I have synthesized, characterized, and tested for the rocket fuels. I will show now. So here there is one thing. The one is monopropellant, another one is bipropellant. What is monopropellant? Monopropellant is a chemical propulsion fuel which does not require a separate oxidizer, because this material itself having oxygen. That is the reason why we don't need to add any kind of extra oxygen for this kind of material. Those propellants are nothing but monopropellants, we can say. These are nothing but unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrogen. This is one of the example of monopropellant. But our material is not monopropellant. Our material is bipropellant, wherein our material acts as a fuel. We have to mix them with proper oxidizer, proper binder, proper plasticizer, and then mix all together and prepare a propellant stand and then fire by magnesium fuse igniter. This acts as a bipropellant. You understand the difference between monopropellant and bipropellant? Monopropellant does not require any oxidizer because it has some oxygen. It can obviously catch fire after ignition, whereas bipropellant needs oxidizer, binder, plasticizer, and mix all together in a proper shape and then test for the rocket fuels in the rocket engine. Okay, these are low molecular weight materials, mostly high temperature reaction of the products, high exhaust velocity, higher density, high hazard factor, means low. These are non-toxic, non-polluting agents, so low effect on environment, and these can be produced in a minimum cost. Okay, so these are the materials which I have prepared with my hands in our laboratory at Akram. We are tested this material as a rocket fuel, and these materials synthesized in the DRDO corresponding laboratories in a large scale. So how we have prepared this kind of materials? So the preparation process may not be interested for you also, just I am skipping this slide. And these are the single crystal X-ray diffraction studies of those materials. These are the so many compounds which we have seen. So what are the instruments involved in the characterization of these newly synthesized elements? FTIR, NMR, HRMS, TGTTA, DSC, and single crystal X-ray diffraction. Okay, so FTIR, by using FTIR instrument, we can able to know what are the functional groups involved in the synthesized or newly prepared molecule. By using the NMR, we can able to know the exact chemical nature of the proton. Proton means hydrogen. Chemical nature of the hydrogens, chemical nature of the carbons, chemical nature of the boron. So how they are attach each other. That kind of information known from the NMR. HRMS means what is the exact molecular weight. So any molecule, some weight will be there, no? So obviously, suppose carbon dioxide, its molecular weight is 44. Similarly, in any molecule, carbon dioxide 44, right? You understand, the students? Carbon is 12, oxygen is 32, 44. You understand, right? Dear students, you have followed.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Carbon
Yes,
dioxide
sir.
molecular weight is 44. You understand, right? Carbon molecular weight
Yes,
is
sir.
12. 2 atoms of oxygen. One atom is 16, another atom is 16. So 32. 12 plus 32 gives 44. Okay. So any molecule having some weight. So that molecular weight will come to know from HRMS, high resolution mass spectrometry, NMR spectroscopy, FTIR spectroscopy, TZDTA. TZDTA involves just we are heating up the material. So how much heat that material can withstand? If you are continuously heating, what happened to that material in an inert atmosphere? That kind of information, thermal stability. At what temperature it is? At what temperature up to that temperature it is stable? Or if you are continuously heating, even after losing their stability also, what happened? How to behave that molecule at higher temperature in an inert atmosphere? This kind of information coming from TZDTA. DSC means differential scaling calorimetry. By using this thing also, same information we obtained, TZDTA and DSC. And single crystal X-ray diffractometer. This molecule means most of the materials are solids. So those solids, we can crystallize them and prepare crystalline nature. So those crystals we directly mounted into the single crystal X-ray diffractometer. So there we can able to solve the structure. So what is the exact material of that structure by using single crystal X-ray? So impact sensitivity, friction sensitivity, with these two instruments, how much sensitivity these materials are, those kind of information we can able to find it out. Bomb calorimetry, this is one of the material instrument. By using this instrument, we can able to find out the calorific value of that material, particular material. Means that how much amount of energy releases during the combustion reaction. So that whether it can fit for explosive application, otherwise some other propellant application or some other different applications, we can able to decide based on the calorimetric data. Okay, I have some videos how to record this kind of NMR.
Yeah, you
NMR,
can share the
HRMS,
videos, link you can send.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. I will complete the presentation. Okay, then I will share the videos. I will share the videos. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Share the links for those videos, sir.
Yeah, directly I will share the videos. Just 1 minute, ma'am. Yeah. No, finally, today in this lecture, from periodic table to so many elements I have introduced to you. Later on, so many different kind of boron-based compounds, different class of compounds. What are their day-to-day life? In life, day-to-day applications, and finally boron hydride material, which are very useful for rocket propellant applications, and the advancements, their synthesis, and what are the materials which we have synthesized and we have given to DRDO for their process. So this kind of applications we have discussed. Okay, so in future these materials may work as a perfect rocket fuel to attain long-range missiles of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Those are having more than 12,000 kilometers range. So far we have 5,000 kilometers range, right? So in future the range may extend up to 12,000 by using this advanced fuel. Let's aim for that. Okay. And finally, I thank the Advanced Center of Research in High Energy Materials, wherein I am working at the University of Hyderabad and this research center. This is 100% funded by the DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, and Government of India. And I thank Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti Hyderabad region for giving me this opportunity to give a talk under Regional Science Children's Science Congress for the year of 2022. Okay, I thank you one and all for your kind attention. Let's wait. I will share some of the videos. Okay, just wait. I will share some of the videos. So I am closing that presentation. Just I will show how to
You can
characterize.
share it in the chat box, sir. Okay, sir.
ಮಿಸ್ ಹೋಗ್ಲಾ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ 3-4 ಜನರು. ತಿನ್ನಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂತವ್ರೆ.
Ma'am, can we leave?
Thank you, ma'am.
ಬೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಊಟದ್ದು?
ಹೌದು.
Yeah, next class is at 2 o'clock. Come quickly, okay?
lunch
will come. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can we
You
leave
can
now,
share
ma'am?
links. 1 minute. Sir is sharing a link, no? Some link he's sharing.
Just 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್?
When is next class?
2 o'clock. Manoj sir will be there. Morning, Manoj sir had a session, no? Same.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Bye.
Madam, after that session, we are having presentations, ma'am.
Video is coming.
No, sir.
What happened again?
Presentation can be seen, ma'am.
Sir,
Ma'am, tell me, ma'am.
excuse me, sir. Can you please share the links for the video because they have a next session at 2 o'clock, sir. And
Okay. Okay. Anyway,
we have next time for 30 minutes only, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Let's close and I'll send the links to you so you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any questions you can contact through mail or something like that?
I will share your mail ID, sir.
Yes, fine. Fine. Okay, ma'am. Shall I close now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Can we leave now, ma'am?
Yes, beta, you guys can leave. And 2 o'clock sharp, you have to come back.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Anushya,
Okay,
ma'am,
thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. We are closing the. Okay, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Shall we close this session, ma'am?
Yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Madam.
So, shall we start the session?
Yes, ma'am.
The session is again. Please
afternoon,
mute
ma'am.
yourself. Good afternoon, beta. Good afternoon.
Have you had your lunch, ma'am?
Yeah. What about you?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
had?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this session is by our Dr. G. Manoj Kumar sir, and the title is Hands-on Learning, an easy and effective way to learn physics. Okay. Dr. Manoj Kumar sir. I think we can wait for other students to join. Yeah. Sir, shall we start? Actually, some students have to, still they have to join, sir.
No, it's up to you. You take the
Yeah,
call.
they left late, sir. So
Yes.
can we wait for 5 minutes? Sir?
Yeah, I can wait. I can wait.
Okay.
Hello, Nambu.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes. Did you people see that list? One list I sent for experiments. Like what experiments, what items. One list was sent. Did you see?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Okay. It's okay.
Sir, I saw.
Who was that?
Sir, Narsimhamurthy.
Narsimhamurthy. Yeah, Narsimhamurthy. You saw the list, right? Could you get
Yes,
any
sir.
of the items?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You are in the school or at home?
Sir, home. Online.
Home. Okay. 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 Good. Others? I can see. Let me check.
Most of them are in school, sir. Maybe a few are there at home.
Okay. Jai Patra?
He's there, sir. School.
Yes, sir. Good
Do you have
afternoon.
some items with you?
Yes, sir, I
One.
have got.
Yeah, let us see. Yes. Baswaraj? Baswaraj, can you hear me?
Basavaraj?
No, he's not able to hear, I think.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Could you get any other items?
Hello, sir. Can you repeat, sir?
No, one list was shared with you. Like you can get some items which are available with us so that we can do hands-on activities.
Yes, sir. They are ready, sir, but they are in separate rooms, sir. I kept in separate rooms.
That's okay. You need not be here. Let's say I say something and you can go and try and tell me whether it worked or not. Right?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Namrata? Hello, Namrata. How are you?
Fine, sir.
Yeah, you got some items with you for hands-on activity?
Yes, sir.
No, okay, you just tell whether it's.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. She got, sir.
She got, okay. Good, good. Many of you have got
Yes,
it, so
sir.
it is good. Jen V.
You are
Kadapa?
having, sir.
Name is not
Yes, sir.
printed.
Yes,
Kadapa.
sir.
Yeah, Abhi, what you're telling?
Yes,
Sir, can you post it once again, sir?
Post it. Just a second. Can I attach something on this? Somebody who uses Microsoft Teams, can I attach here something? I don't see any option.
Yes sir, 1 minute. कुछ attach करना है sir इनको list.
No, it's okay. Attach कर सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ ये सर कर सकते हैं सर, आप चैट ऑप्शन में जाइए नीचे.
अच्छा चैट में है क्या?
चैट चैट 1 minute सर.
Conversation.
Which file you want to attach sir?
एक वर्ड फाइल है.
अच्छा.
What is
I think that attach option is not available sir.
It's okay.
But you can show it sir.
Yeah, it is there in the presentation. अच्छा नंबू क्या करेंगे? What do we do is see, even if I share it now, you will not be able to get it because there's hardly 5 minutes. But don't worry, it's not that mandatory. It's not that mandatory. Don't worry.
Sir, one more option is there.
Sir, we have items, sir. We will help him, sir.
Sir, if you can send it to our mail ID, sir, we can share it to other schools.
Okay, what is the actually it is with the Srinivas sir, but I can if or
sir, if it is there with Srinivas sir, I will collect sir.
Oh, you're there, right? Or Abhi?
Yes sir.
No. Yeah, there was a message from madam, so I can forward it there if you like.
हाँ ठीक है सर, आप कर दीजिए, अदरवाइज मैं मेल आईडी भेजता हूँ सर आपके पर्सनल मैसेज पर.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
okay.
Yeah, मैडम के व्हाट्सएप पे भेज रहा हूँ.
Okay sir, आगे.
Yeah, it will be in the second page of this Word document.
Sir, do you want us to show it, sir?
No, I'll show it. I'll show it.
Oh, okay.
No, अभी show करेंगे तो फिर like there'll be confusion कि we didn't get, so it could be a problem. No, it's okay. Now अभी नहीं.
Okay
sir.
It will work against for us if you show
Okay,
now.
sir. Okay sir.
Okay sir.
Those who got it, it's okay. Those who have not got it, it's okay.
Okay sir. Sir, you can start, sir.
I can start. Okay.
Yes, sir. They will join in between, sir.
Yes. Yeah, how do you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, visible, sir.
It's visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so already, so let's say we lost 15 minutes and 1 hour 15 minutes. Let us see what we can do. So hands-on learning and easy and effective way to learn physics. So what will be the objectives? So broadly, the main question would be how to study physics, and then some hands-ons and some visualization. I'll come to what is hands-on and what is visualization. So this is university, right behind JNV. This is the place. Then there are 4 paradigms of science, like how science is done. So top left, you see a lot of equations on a blackboard, right? So it is equations. So it's a theory. So somebody thinks and out of experience and being in a particular area, like most famous thing is E is equal to mc square. Like it was a theory. Then on the other
Your
hand, we have
screen is not visible.
experiments. Yes,
Your screen is not visible, sir.
screen is not visible. Is it with everyone?
No, sir, it is
No, sir,
visible.
it is
For us,
visible.
it is visible, sir. For us, it is visible,
Please,
sir.
please check those who are not getting. So it is there. The other thing is experiments. Now, somebody might have given an equation, but unless we see it working, like it is not complete. So it's an experiment. On the right hand side, you will see a lab. It is actually a photograph of my lab. So there'll be instruments, and then we use various instruments. For example, in the morning we have seen Raman spectroscopy. That is one of the instruments, but it is only one kind. But there'll be thousands of such instruments. But we use instruments to do research. That is second one, and third one is now in the last couple of decades the use of computers has grown. So it is also possible to do research and do discoveries using computers. So that is what I call it is known as computations. And the fourth one on the side you can see it's a driverless car. So there's another new way of looking at the things, which you might know this term artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these things. But coming back to how to learn physics effectively, more effectively with hands-on, let's look at this small video. Can you read how to study physics? This is what we do. Going to sleep within 4 or 5 sentences. So how about if visualization graphs are there? They make life simpler. But what if graphs come alive, colorful, and you do activities with your own hands? So this is actually YouTube content. This is my own channel. So there are different subjects. Instead of graphs being static, if they move and you do experiments with your own hands, the learning would be enjoying. Because physics is like abstract thing. Then if you see things working in front of you, it is easy to imagine things. So things will become simpler, they'll become intuitive. If things are moving in front of you, it's colorful. And if you do activities with own your hands, then it is your experiment, not some textbooks experiments. So these are the 4 things where we learn physics. Classroom, that is you go to a class, blackboard typically, and you do what is called theory. And then attached to that, there'll be a lab where you do the experiments. Now there is these 2 things you already know. But what about this virtual lab and hands-on? Have you people tried any virtual lab for your learning? Students? Virtual lab, I mean, there is no actual equipment or anything, but you sit in front of a computer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Which one you tried?
Yes, sir.
OLAB, sir.
Which one?
OLAB, sir.
O labs. Okay. Okay. So that is one thing. Hands-on is something which I'm interested today. Mostly interested, and I'll show some virtualization of things. So what to study is there everywhere. If given a topic, what to study, it is there on the internet. It is there. There are a lot of books. It is there, but that is not an important thing. The most important thing in learning is how to learn, not only physics but any other topic. What technique you have to learn, how you are learning. So what can I do in the here? I doesn't mean Manoj, or I doesn't mean your teacher. I means you. I means Nambu. I means Namita. What you can do to study it easily. So use available resources. There are virtual labs, there are a lot of things. If you search internet, you can get virtual labs where it is interactive. You can give inputs, and with smart camera, mobile phone, it has become much easier. You can use a mobile phone and collect data. And there are some things like this which look actually like a lab setup. The instruments are there, like Amruta virtual labs is there, where you can perform the experiment as if you are doing in the lab. This is one set.
Sir, what do you mean by hands-on?
Hands-on, I'm coming. Now let's come to make your own things. Hands-on means, because physics, since I'm talking of physics, I'll be taking the word physics, but it is more generic. Something is told to you in the textbook. Now you have to by heart it, right? That's a very difficult level of learning. What do you see in the image? Can recognize? Is it visible? What could it be?
An experiment.
Yeah, what is it? This is a battery. This is a nail. And there's some copper wire. I can create an electromagnet. This is hands-on. See, when you go to your laboratory, things are already set. That this experiment has to be done. This is the aim. This is how the apparatus works. The apparatus is made by somebody else. Anyway, we know what is expected. I'm not saying that you should not do, or it is bad. No, we do that thing. But if you do like this, if you make your own thing, the learning will be 100-fold or maybe 1,000-fold. That's what I call hands-on activity. You do yourself. We will come to the list of the experiments and try to do some of the experiments. But let us see to what extent it is possible, because it's online. Yeah, we are already in the list. Now, pendulum experiment, how many of you have done? Pendulum experiment, simple pendulum.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I expected at least 11th class students would have done.
Yes, sir.
No, if you are done, please tell me. If you are not done, tell me you are not done.
No.
So that it will be clear for me. Students. Hello,
Not
students.
done. Not done.
Yeah, not done. Yeah, it's okay. It's not necessary. See, this is one of the things when the question is asked. We expect that the answer should be yes or the answer should be no, and we keep quiet. You just tell whether it is yes or no.
No, sir.
11th class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. No, this pendulum experiment we have done it is done in classrooms, it is done in laboratory. No, that is one thing, but can we do at home without anything? Because the moment we say experiment, we need apparatus, right?
Yes, sir.
And not every experiment can be done to the extent possible. For example, simple pendulum. Can I use a lemon? Can I use a brinjal instead of that pendulum bob? That is what we want to try. So damping, similar thing. Okay, since we are not done pendulum, I will not touch damping. Free fall. Free fall experiment, gravity.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So It's basically it's some object, some stone, some rubber ball, or some any item you throw up, it comes down. There are two levels in hands-on experiments. One is just to see the experiment happening. The teacher has told you that if you throw faster, it will go more height in free fall, let us say. Or when you are using lenses, the teacher has told you that the image will be inverted. Or the teacher might have told that you rub a plastic rod with some cloth. It can be used to do certain experiments. It can attract. Now with these things you have to remember. So if you are comfortable remembering and if you have a clarity, then it's okay. But then if there is an option, it is possible to do repeat those things. I strongly suggest you should go and repeat those things. Thermal conduction, candle and a metal spoon, cooling, hot water and thermometer. Okay, this I wrote, but thermometer, how many people have it? Not the fever thermometer.
Sir, I have, sir. I have received from my school. Sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Basavaraj.
Basavaraj. Okay, good.
Yes, yes.
So this some of the experiment we can do to the extent of taking data. So what do we take? We can take hot tea. For example, what is the temperature of the tea which we drink? Any guess?
40 degrees or maybe 40, 45.
40? Any other guess?
5 degrees.
45?
50?
50? Okay, let us see. So, but once you have a thermometer, this question can be answered. Now you might say, sir, what is the importance of finding temperature of hot tea or hot water? But this gives us a sense, like if it is at 50 degrees, how the object will look like. If it is 80 degrees, what is it? Now you get a feel. Getting a feel is very important. Let's say refrigerator is there. What is the temperature inside a refrigerator?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Sir, morning I have checked, sir, the temperature of hot tea, sir.
Oh, good. How much was it?
Sir, it is around 150, sir.
Oh, tea temperature is 150.
No, sir, 150 Fahrenheit.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you have to tell 150 Fahrenheit. Okay,
yes,
yeah.
Sir.
So like that. So thermometer, how much would it cost? For example, if you go to Amazon or Flipkart or any shop which is there in your town, which will sell scientific equipment, it would cost about 100 rupees. A simple thermometer will give from minus 10 degrees to 100 or 110 degrees. With that, you can explore many things which are told in your textbooks. And that will help you understand things much better. Any item. So what are the items which you are seeing? Except for this thermometer, there's nothing which is not available freely at our home. And this thermometer is available at a very small cost. 100 rupees, 150 rupees. Pinhole camera. How many of you made a pinhole camera? When I say hands-on, it is this. If pinhole camera is taught in the textbooks, you
yes, sir, we have made.
Go back home and make
when
your
we
own
are at
pinhole camera.
yes? Standards.
Yes? Yeah, please tell it clearly.
Sir, we have made that pinhole camera, sir.
You have made. So that is very important. So because there'll be in each lesson, there'll be new concepts which will be covered. Then how do I remember? If I'm a student, then each week there'll be news topic taught to me, and there'll be new words which I'll be hearing for the first time. So how do I remove the abstractness? How do I make this faster? Because once I see something, it is easy to remember, easy to believe, easy to accept. Otherwise, it's like a question and answer. There is some question and I have an answer.
Yes, sir.
So, but if I use a biscuit or if I use a spoon with small holes, can I make a pinhole camera? Yeah, pinhole camera, you don't even need that thing. You take a paper and just punch a small hole. That's
Yes,
a pinhole
sir.
camera.
Take a back cover of a book, sir.
Yeah.
You can also take a back cover of a book, sir.
You take a back cover of a book, take a pen, a ball
Yes.
pen, just punch a hole.
Yes, sir. We can make, sir.
But only trick is there should not be lot of light. The image should be seen in dark. Then we will see very nicely. Electrostatic induction. This is such a rich topic, rich topic. There are so many things which we can do at home. If you search in websites also, there's so many things on YouTube. It needs plastic or metal things, and then papers. The comb experiment, which is told in the textbook, right? Wave, flexible rope with a flexible bow or long cloth. We can create a wave and then see what the textbook is telling. Is it correct or not? To what extent it is correct? When you see, you will know, yes, textbook is telling me correctly. But if you don't see, then it becomes a burden. I have to remember all those things: wavelength, frequency, time period, frequency more, wavelength less. All these things will be confusing. Lenses, again, such a. Now, how many of you have lenses? Any lens, magnifying lens?
Yeah, convex.
Sir. Yes,
You have it,
sir.
right? Now, how to
Yes,
use it?
convex lenses. I have.
A convex lens, it is okay. Now, the idea is once you have that in your hand, what it will do. I think this is the last slide. Yeah, that was the last slide. Let me come back. So let us. I'm out of presentation, right? Yeah, now I'm out of presentation.
Yes, sir.
So since it's a hands-on, I'll ask you two questions. Now you have a lens in your hand. Go around wherever you are sitting. Use that lens. Using that lens, explore the things around you. Come back and tell what did you see, and come back and tell how did you feel. So what you want to see, it's up to you. Understood? Those who have the lens, go around, whatever, it's just random. Just put the lens and see, and then tell me what you have seen. And then
Sir, it
second question, how
magnifies
did
the
you feel
image.
after seeing? No, not immediately. Take 2 minutes. Not in a rush. See, in physics, it is observation which is most important. Most often we just like try to force the conclusion. So no, don't even force. Just observe. So 2 minutes, I'm not going take any inputs from you. You just go and observe. And what you observe, it's up to you. Go around. There may be a plant, there may be a flower, there may be a blackboard, there may be a dust. There's a computer in front of you. I'm just giving example. It's up to you. You just go around. Don't fix that. I'll see this, I'll see that. Go around and just keep on seeing. So you have to tell me two questions. What did you see? And how did you feel after seeing? 2 minutes. So those who do not have a lens, okay, you wait. We will see. We will hear from those people who have used it. And again, this lens is very cheap. Maybe 15 or 20 rupees you can get it. Or one with a handle. You get two types of things. One with a plastic handle and one just open. So one with a plastic handle is available in stationery shops. But the ones like Namit is holding, they are available in scientific equipment shops. Or otherwise there is Flipkart and Amazon. It's already available there. It's there. You can order it for 50 rupees. 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Hello, sir. We are unable to hear your voice.
Manoj sir, not audible.
Manoj sir.
Okay. What did you see?
Yes. It looks bigger than the actual face.
Yeah, don't try to conclude. Just tell what did you see, because the moment you go to conclusions, the moment you want to use scientific terms, then what you have seen, what you have observed will be lost. Yes, who will
Sure.
tell?
When
So boats.
Yes.
So can I say?
Yeah, tell. Who is telling?
So Chinmay.
Chinmay, tell. Yes.
Sir, I have observed laptops, boards, lights,
What did you see?
fan,
Yes.
sir, and
But how
plant.
different was it with respect to ordinary eyes? When we see with eyes and when you see it with lens, what was the difference?
So the images were very small as compared to the normal eyes when we see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any others? Okay. But it is known as magnifying lens. Actually, it is.
Sir, the
Hello,
images
sir.
were extremely magnified.
Hello, sir.
Image is extremely
Magnified.
magnified. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
This is Basaraj from JNV Bijapur, sir. And
Basuraj,
I
tell.
also observed some chairs, sir, boards, pans,
Yeah. What did you
books.
see? What did you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When the lens is near to the eye, the sizes will be increased, sir, enlarged.
Okay.
But when we keep a lens away from the eyes, the size will be reduced, sir.
Yeah, but now when you are working with this convex lens, there is a trick. It has to be at a particular distance from the eye.
Yes, sir.
Can you see me? Like not that I'll see like this. I have to see like this. At some point, it will become clear, right? Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
You observe a fabric. Let us say you observe a fabric, any
Okay,
fabric.
sir. Okay.
When we see just a cloth, but the moment you put the lens, you will see what is there. See, I'm not using technical jargon. I'm just saying it's something you use it. Or you use a thread. Thread at the end of the thread, if you see what happens. If you see a flower surface, somebody has a flower. Somebody has a flower. Fabric, somebody has observed fabric. Cloth, any cloth. Or you put a water drop on the table. You put a water drop on the table. and try to observe it. Now you have to take lens back and forth. At certain point, you will see it is clear.
Sir, I
That
observed
point you stop and see.
Sir,
Fine.
that point is known as the focal point, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't want to get into those things today. It is
Yes, sir.
observation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I observed,
Focal
sir.
length, focal point, focal plane. There'll be many things. But
Yes, sir. At certain
as far as
distance,
today, I'm
it
not
is
going
same,
into
sir.
that.
Yes, sir. At certain distance, it is same, sir. I observed, sir.
Yes. Somebody has a tube light above you.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Then
sir.
put it between tube light and the ground and vary the distance from the ground. Let's see, what do you see?
Sir, can you repeat, please?
Yeah, tube light. There's a tube light. Put it below the tube light and then take it closer and far away from the tube light and observe on the ground. What do you see?
Okay, sir.
We observe a clearer image as we go far away from the tubeless, sir.
What you're saying is the more far away you go, you will see the clear image. That's what you're saying?
No, sir, but if we go too far, then we can't see, sir.
Yes. So how many people? Yeah, there's so many people actually. Yeah, 77 people. Yes. So Basavaraj has seen, right? There's a,
Yes.
if you see below the tube light, you will see a white line.
Yes,
That
sir.
we call it as image. In fact, any imaging system,
Yes, sir.
your
A white,
camera, smartphone has this
yes, sir.
lens.
White line is formed, sir.
Yeah,
At
that is
certain distance.
Basavaraj has told it is the image.
Yes, sir.
So what, and now in this observation, what is special? See, in physics, there are special things. Special distance, special time, importance of one special time. I could have kept lens at any position, right? At any point. But at one particular point, I see some special thing. So what is that special distance?
Focal length.
Focal length.
Yes. Did everybody see that clear image?
Yes, sir.
Clear tube light?
Yes,
Now what
sir.
you do
Yes,
is,
sir.
Yes,
if
sir.
you have a window, open the curtain, put it to the window and put a white paper after the lens and see, change the distance, either the lens or the paper. What do you see? From the window. That is, you want to see outside window.
The screen, the paper acts like a screen, and we can see the reflection of the window on the paper, sir.
Now, did you see?
Yes, sir.
What did you see? What else did you see?
Sir, there's a particular point at which the Windows image is very clear on the screen, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And if we disturb that point, the image will become blur, sir.
Now, what do you see in the image?
One new, sir.
The window, sir.
You see the window, not outside the window. Some trees or some cars going, some people standing there.
Trees
Yes,
outside.
sir. Yes, sir. We are seeing, sir.
Hello, madam. Somebody
Yes,
from.
sir.
Yeah, see, this one I'm using it for the first time. I see only 6 or 7 people on my screen. How do I increase number of people? Is it possible? Large
a
gallery is
large view
large
is
gallery.
there.
There are 6 people only.
Sir, can I tell, sir?
Yeah, tell please.
Boxing, sir.
Sir, are you seeing the 3 dots in your screen, sir?
Yes, 3 horizontal dots. More
Yes,
actions.
sir. You press there, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You see the option large gallery, sir. You press it, sir.
I'm in large gallery. There I see 8 people. 8 now.
Sir, together more, sir.
Together, no, sir. Together.
No, together is like as if we are sitting in a classroom. It is showing like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because
Sir,
I see only 8 people and that is fixed. I am unable to see all others. Joy Patra is trying.
yes, sir.
Who else has tried the window experiment? Yes, now Namrata, what did you see? Joy Patra, what did you see?
Oh, participants.
Sir, the image of the window and the
Mute
outside
now,
screen
mute
is looking
now.
on web. We can see it on
Hey,
paper, sir.
mute.
Yeah, now we are using the word image, right? There's a particular size of the image.
Yes.
Now, if you want to change, what you can do? You want to change the size of the image, make it smaller or bigger.
Move the lens.
Try it, try it, let us see. A clear image, but which is either bigger or smaller than what did you observe?
Show participants.
Because what I'm trying to suggest is this is a big learning where learning is not only that thing which you learn in class and then say this is the lens, this is the focal length. Okay, that is must and we should know. But then that if you combine with this, you take the lens and go around and see. Let's say early morning if you go and there's a dewdrop on the leaf, you see how wonderful it is. Drop of a water or you see a mesh. The things which you could not have seen with your eyes, you will see the structure. Put a hair and see how does it see, how does it look. So this is one thing. So you keep thinking of this question. You want to change the size of the image. But now since this is hands-on, I'm going to show you two experiments which I would have shown you if you had come to the university offline. So for half or 1 minute, I'll be away from the screen because I will use mobile phone to connect. So I'll stop here.
What do you see on my screen? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, what do you see on my screen?
Just the meeting.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah. What do you see?
Sir, red color light, sir.
Red color lines. Actually, it is a laser, right?
Laser lights.
Yeah, this is a laser, and this is just to create the effect which we say, light travels in straight line. So this is the light. I can select. Now, what do you see? This is actually the light, not the line drawn on a paper. Just a second. So I'll show you something. I have put a glass slab. Can you see what has happened? This is a glass slab.
Yes, sir.
Like this.
Yes, sir. Light had changed its direction, sir.
Or let us see this. This object, can you see? What is the shape of the object?
Sir, it's not much clear.
Yeah, let me try this. Okay. Now what is the shape of the object?
Looks like trapezium, sir.
Yeah, it's a trapezium. Now let me switch off the light. See this kind of diagrams you see in textbooks, right? Now what has happened to the light? Where is it going? It was traveling straight like this. It was going this way. It was going this way. Now it has turned. Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Let's do something else.
Yes, sir.
Let's put all of them together. So this is one step ahead of your textbook, where you can really see the things in action. Can you see two lines of reflection? Lines of reflection, and two are going ahead. So how is that the glass is reflecting the full light, not a mirror? Think of it. Straight line, light coming in straight line, it is going here. Here it was reflected. Three lights, can you see?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There is no mirror.
Yes, sir.
There is no mirror. There is no mirror. How did it reflect?
Sir, what is that object, sir?
It is a glass. Maybe I'll show in light what it is. Can you see? Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we are talking of lens, right? Let us put a lens. So first I'll show you the lens. This is what I'll be putting. It's a lens shape. Can you see the shape of a lens?
Sir, concave or convex, sir?
You tell me. What is happening?
Sir, is it
Tell me what is happening. There are 5 lines of light going parallel. It's falling on the lens.
Sir, would you please fix your camera somewhere so that we can see it clearly?
Yes, sir, it would be better, sir.
Please tell me again.
Would you please fix your camera somewhere, sir, so that we can see that clearly?
Oh, fixing. Okay, now Is it okay?
Yes, sir, fine.
Now you observe, it is a question of observation. Now I want at least 3 observations from you. What did you see?
Lines are converging to a point, sir.
Lines are converging to a point. Yes, good. Three observations. Come on.
When they travel to the glass slab, their direction changes.
Yeah, don't say changes. It's changing.
Changing.
It's in front of you.
Biconvex
It
lens,
is
sir.
directly changing. That's why it is
It's a convex
converging.
lens, sir.
It's a convex lens, but I'm asking about the observations because of convex lens.
Biconvex lens.
Let's make it.
All the rays intersect
Yeah.
at point, sir.
Yes. Tell me
All the
again.
lines finally intersect
All
at
the
one
rays
point, sir.
intersect at one point, sir.
Yeah, that was already told.
Sir, the 4 lines are like.
Yeah, tell.
Sir, first middle line is no, sir. That is same path, and another 4 lines are getting changed like transversal lines.
Good observation. Yes, the center line appears to be going straight. Let us see. This is the center line.
Yes, sir. The same path.
Yeah, good. The center line is not bending. What about?
Sir, another
Yeah,
4 lines are doing like transversal lines.
Transversal.
We
What
changed
do
the
you mean?
path, sir.
Now you made a distinction between center line and other 4 lines. Now I want you to look at closely at those 4 lines and tell what is the difference among themselves. I'm
Sir,
going
the
closer.
change
Just
the way of
So when they get diverted, they have changed their paths.
sorry. I'll keep it again. Yeah, tell me again.
they change
When
the
they have diverted their
ways by reflectioning more through the lens, sir.
No, I could not understand. You have to tell it again.
Sir, the light rays are changing the path of moving through the lens, sir.
Yeah, that is okay. That observation is done.
Sir, the
They are
outermost
converting it
two
as
lines have bent more than the other 2 lines that are
yes.
inside.
Who told this? Please
Sir,
tell
I
your
am
name.
Srirag Ramakrishnan from JNV Alapi.
Yeah, Jane Valapi, Srirag. Yeah, very good. Yes. Observe the last line, last 2 lines. They bend more compared to other 2 lines. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
See it again. See it again. The bending of the lines on the edges is more compared to other 2 lines, whereas the center line doesn't bend. So what is the conclusion? As you go away from the center, the bending.
Sir,
Yes.
all the lines are meeting at a point, sir.
Yeah, that is done. Yes, all the points are meeting at a point. That means in all this space, this one point is very special. If parallel lines are coming, they will meet at this point. What happens after meeting?
Meeting point is at the middle of the distance.
Middle of?
Middle of the distance between them.
That is
Sir,
not
after
clear
all
to
the
me.
rays
Middle
meet
of
at the middle point, sir, they again part their.
after meeting. Let us see what is happening.
They again part.
So the middle line passing through the center of the ring is
Diverging after meeting. They're diverging after meeting.
Yeah, they're diverging, but now in this diverging line, let's say the line towards me, where is it going after meeting? It is coming like this. It is coming, meeting, and of the two lines, which is the line which was closer to me?
It's extending its
middle line passing through the center of the curvature. Sir. That's why it is not deviating.
Yes. Now let us see. If I put only one line on the edge, see, that is why you see an inverted image always. This parallel line which is going, which is meeting at this focus and then going away this side. Whereas the line coming from that side, goes and meets at a point and then goes away. You check this. So that's why you see always a inverted image. Good. Any more observations? I'll get closer.
So middle line passing through the curvature. Sir. That's why it is not deviating.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Now this is the meeting point. Can you see the meeting point? Is it a point? I'm very close. Very, very close. Is it a point? Do you see it's a point?
No, sir.
Actually, the middle, the center line is as it is. The next two lines are meeting somewhere here. See, I'll come back. You check. Okay, go here. I hope you're able to. I can see very clearly. They're not meeting at a point. There are two meeting points.
Yes, sir.
Is it clear? Here. One is further away, one is inside. Okay, now let us put other lens. This will be interesting. Can you see the shape of the object? First, that is important. If not, I'll put light.
Yes, sir.
One
we can
second.
see, sir.
అక్కడ ఛార్జింగ్ అవుతుంది. Now what is this? Computer దగ్గర. First, what is the object?
Those
if
are
you're able to see
concave lenses.
clearly.
So triangle lens divergent, sir.
What is happening to the light?
Sir, triangle divergent, sir.
Yeah, tell your observations.
Sir, the parallel lines after hitting the lens, sir.
Parallel lines are diverging after the meeting.
Parallel lens does not meet at same point.
The lines are diverging through, when it passes through the concave lens.
Light rays are dispersed.
Yes.
Sir, parallel rays are diverging from that concave mirror.
Yes.
Concave lens.
Yes. Yeah,
Concave.
that is done.
Yes, sir.
That is one conclusion. Next observation.
Middle ray is to going straight.
Yes, middle ray is going straight. There is something special about the middle ray.
Yes, sir.
What could it be? You go back and check. The middle ray is always going straight.
Don't diverge any directions. It will be going straight.
What about other 4 lines?
They change the way of moving.
So they will deviate.
They are moving away from the middle ray.
They are deviating, sir.
The last lines are diverging more than the other two.
Yes, it is similar actually. The farther rays are diverging more compared to the inside rays. Right? Same observation actually. But only thing is, in the earlier case, it was converging. So we can say that we generally call that as a positive power. The convex lens has got a positive power because it is bending all the light towards the center line. Center line is very special. And then this one is known as negative lens because negative power because it is diverging. Now assume I had not shown you that there is a laser and there is a convex lens. I showed you like this. I didn't tell you anything. Now, what will you tempted to tell where this light is coming from? Again, I am repeating the question. Though we have seen that parallel lines are coming and falling on a concave shape, and it is diverging. Assume now whatever you are seeing at present, I showed only that much. I didn't tell you anything. What will you tell where this light is coming from?
Sir, we would imagine that these lines are
A common point.
coming
Yeah,
from different light sources.
Coming from single point.
Yes. See, it is
Sir, we would
diverging,
have
right?
imagined that the sources of these lights were bent.
Yeah, so we would be tempted to say that these lines are originating from a common point, right? And they're diverging from that common point. That is one. Is there any other possible thing? Because remember, from convex lens to concave lens, in the last case we have seen there was a special point. All the light was going and meeting at one point. Although there were 2 points, but for sake of discussion, I am saying there is only 1 point. If I consider only rays which are close to the center line. That's why generally when we use a lens, we use it close to center, not all the lens. There was a point, but where is the point here? All the observations were same. Center line is not diverging, center line is not deviating. The farthest the line is, it is diverging or converging more. In convex lens, there is a point. In concave lens, there is no point. Right? So, this is the point actually. If you extend this rays, it will meet at a point actually. So that is special. Somebody is trying to tell me. Yeah, this is a ray box actually. So I will so I am here. So I came out of that. So how was that light? Did you like? How was the demo? Did you like?
Yes, sir. We
Yes,
like
sir.
it,
Yes,
sir.
Nice, sir.
Yeah, I thought we will do some
Yes, sir.
experiment.
We like your explanation, sir.
So this thermometer thing, I strongly suggest you get a thermometer
And then in thermometer, what you can do is take the thermometer, take the tea,
Sir,
put
presently
it
I'm
in the
having,
tea.
sir.
Presently you are having, but
Yes,
actually
sir.
what happens is it takes more time actually. I need about 45 minutes, and not everyone is having thermometer, but I'm saying what you can learn, fun learning. Put it in the tea, observe the temperature after 5 minutes interval, right? Write it down and you will see what happens to the temperature. Do you know Excel, how to operate Excel? Everyone might, my class 9 means I assume that you know little bit of Excel. Put these numbers in Excel and put a graph.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Basavaraj is showing a can. We'll do that experiment. That's a very fun experiment, and it's like clears our doubts. Otherwise, I have to remember that sentence. A metallic can, when something is put, it will go, and all those things. What the thermometer experiment I'm saying. So in physics, observation is one thing. Instruments are there, theories are there, but it is the observer. We are the observers. Now we should be trained ourselves. If you just read, the training is not enough. If you read it as a textbook question, it is not enough. Because let us say tomorrow if you want to go and do a job in DRDO, yes, textbook knowledge will be helpful. No doubt you should have that. But then if you do all this hands-on, your ability to think, your ability to solve problems will increase because you would have understood the subject much better. So take hot water or tea, put the thermometer, initially note down the temperature. This mobile phone, you know, it operates in this timer mode. After each 5 minutes, you note down the temperature. Go to Excel, draw a graph and see how does it look. Now let us look at two magnetism experiments. Observation, you tell your observation. I'm not going into the reasons why it happens. You go back and check. I leave it to your curiosity actually. So give me a minute. I will again switch to mobile phone.
Yeah, can you see this rod? Yeah. Back camera, back camera. Bit. Okay. Come to.
Yes, sir.
I have a copper rod. Can you see? Right? And I have this magnet, ball magnet, neodymium magnet. It is ending neodymium magnet. What I'm going to do is, I'll take this and I'll put it in this. Now you tell me your observations. Right? Can you see? 1, 2, 3, go. Once more. Did you see? Did you observe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is a neodymium magnet. Going through a copper tube. 1, 2, 3, go. Last time. Right? 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. So what did you observe? What did you observe?
Gravitation acceleration.
Yes.
Sir, it is taking so much time, sir, to come out from the class.
Yeah, what was your observation? Hello, can you hear me? Students.
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, what was your observation? Was it according to what you were thinking, or was
Yes,
it against
sir.
what you were thinking? How much time did the ball take to travel that much? It was about a meter, let us say.
7 seconds.
7 seconds.
6 to
How
7
much?
seconds, sir.
Yeah, so to travel 1 meter, how much would you
It
think it
takes
will take? I drop it just like
6
this.
Yes, sir.
seconds to reach the ground.
How much time? Fraction of a second. So go back and check what is this effect. Why it took more than? Yeah, KV Kalaburga is already trying. JNV Kalaburga. What did you take?
It takes so much time because of attraction.
Attraction. I don't know the reasons. I'm not interested in the reasons, but you go back and see yourself. Now this is little bit. Maybe you cannot
Sir,
do
your
a,
voice is not audible.
not audible. Now
Now it's okay, sir.
Now this is a demonstration experiment actually. Copper pipe you can get. This ball magnet also you can get, but it is like you have to be careful. It is very strong magnet. Handling it and keeping it, any electronic equipment may damage it, and then it will, if you keep anything which attracts, it will attract very fast. Zoom. So you have to be careful. So heat experiment. Somebody is trying. Anything which you want to share? So I strongly suggest purchase for yourself 2 lenses and then
Yes,
keep
sir.
it with you.
Okay,
It's
sir.
not that when teacher has told you that lesson you have to study, keep that and just without any aim, just keep on observing. Because the moment you say, I want to observe this, I will see this, then you have already concluded that what you will see. Then that is one thing. And yes, Kalaburga. Is it somebody from JNV? Hello? Yeah. So somebody was having a Pepsi can. Who was that? Basavaraj. Basavaraj, did you have a Pepsi can?
Yes, sir.
Sir, Vishnu is having.
Yes, sir.
Acha, Vishnu Priya is having. So you
Yes,
know,
sir. I am also
like,
having, sir.
so who can demonstrate this?
But I
Take
am
a
also
plastic
having.
pipe. That is what I wanted, this Pepsi can, and like invisible force, electrostatic force. If I tell to somebody who has never seen, then it will be difficult. Vishnu Priya, do you have anything else? A plastic pipe? Who has the plastic pipe? Somebody has a plastic pipe also? Yeah, teach it English too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, you can demonstrate. Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who wants to demonstrate?
Sir, Vishnu Priya.
Vishnu Priya, yes. We have only 9 minutes, so within that it has to work.
Okay, sir.
TGT English 2. Trying something? Can you tell? What is it? What is your name? Where are you from? It is written as TGT English 2.
Sir, I am Ananya from JNV Kalburgi too.
Oh, Ananya. Okay. So what were you trying? In a plastic pipe or was it a metal pipe?
Sir, plastic pipe, sir.
Plastic pipe. Okay. Vishnupriya, are you showing us?
No, sir, I was just trying.
Yeah, you should try. See, not only that, you should try that also. Put in a plastic pipe, put which is not a magnet. Right?
Yes, sir.
After all, when you go and do a new experiment which is not known, then we have to try everything. Will it work with this? Will it not work with this? Yeah, Vishnupriya.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
showing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, come on.
Sir, you instruct and I will do demonstration.
Yeah, so okay, what you have a cloth, some kind of a cloth?
Long cloth or woolen cloth, sir?
Woolen kind of a cloth?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Rub it. No, leave that Pepsi can on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Put it on the ground. Now rub this very hard. No, ground like tilt it. It will run. Yeah, tilt it. Yeah, leave it like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now rub this with a woolen cloth. Do you have that cloth?
Sir, this plastic one. This pipe or a...
Yeah, cloth.
This pipe.
Joypatra is trying. See, Joypatra is rubbing. Yeah, you rub it. Yes. See, it's not important that you should rub with the right cloth. You rub with five different cloths which don't work. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
Sixth one will work. Yes, Joypatra is also trying. It seems Joypatra is competing. Come on. He wants to show it before Vishnupriya. Yeah, others also try. Yes, Ananya is also trying. But this experiment, did you do in your class?
So my classmates is also watching, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm additional question I'm asking. Did you do it in your class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
you've
sir.
already done it. Oh, okay. So if you're already done, yeah. Okay, let's
Yes,
do.
sir.
Let's see. You can organize a competition like race. Who will reach the deadline, the line, the finish line faster? Yeah, Vishnupriya, you can try. Get it closer to the can. We'll see.
So it's slightly moving.
Don't touch it.
Not touching, sir. Slightly it's coming. Moving.
Okay, it's not moving. Joypatra.
So it got charged and got warm.
Slightly moving towards this one, sir.
Yeah. And let me tell you, it's very good if it doesn't work. Because we have a tendency of accepting, oh, aa gaya. Then you leave it. So let me try my thing. No, let me put it back.
Sir, we
I'll
can do
switch
this
to-
experiment with a small piece.
Yeah,
of paper.
I'll show you. Yes, there are many things which you can try. Yes, you can.
Sir, we can
Yeah, I'll
try
show you.
the density of water.
Yeah, I'll try to show.
Experiment ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಾವು
See, you should feel the heat. You should feel that. You should feel the heat and the smell also. Okay. Yeah. Now look at here. Can you see? Children, can you see it moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hauduli. Yes, sir.
And one more thing is there, this metal ball. So this one. This is a metal ball, the thin foil. Let me rub it more. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are observing, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody got it?
Yes,
It has
sir.
to be, see, the PVC pipe is better. Yeah, Ananya is showing the papers. Are they attracting? Yeah.
Yes, sir. They
You
are
rub it little
attracting.
more, Ananya.
Yes, sir. Paper, paper, paper. Yes, here it is. You can do so it is
Yeah, this is working good. Ananya is good. Yes, that is working. And electrostatics is such a subject.
Yes.
We can do a lot of experiments, lot of experiments. So this is hands-on learning. If I tell you there is some physics and positive charge, a negative charge, obviously I would go to sleep, right? And then how do we remember? Plastic rod, woolen cloth, and then glass rod, silk cloth, which combination? It's a matter of remembering. Siddharth is doing. Siddharth. Yes, you have to rub really hard. You should feel the heat, then it comes very good.
Sir.
Yes. Yeah, somebody could get the can running. Yeah, I think Prashant got it. JNV Krishna. Did it go? Prashant? It appeared, it went zoom, but it was very fast. Yeah, Prem for Fremit is working. Uttar Kannada, JNV Uttar Kannada. Prem, it was working, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is not only this experiment, any experiment, physics, chemistry, biology, wherever possible. Actually, these days NCERT books are providing these exercises, and YouTube has lot of ideas. Many things are available at home, plus some things are easily available on Flipkart like websites, you use this powerful tool. This is the fastest way, easiest way of learning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Sneha, they're very serious. They could not get it. Basuraj, what happened? You are very serious. If you are very serious, you will not learn.
No, sir. I am not serious, sir.
Yeah, I'm joking. Yes. Joypatra, what happened? Your can ran or not?
Sir, I am having metal.
Sir, we don't have can.
Sir, I am having. Sir, I am having can, but I have metal rod, sir.
Oh, you have a metal rod. Okay. So, for example, in the syllabus, we have optics, which deals with lenses. These days, you get gratings also, polarizers on Amazon, and it's very cheap. I'm not saying they're costly. Couple of hundred you get. That is waves and like uh, electricity, magnetism, electrostatics. Magnets are easily available. This is one topic where you can get a lot of things. Lenses are easily available. Oh, Shivam is having a good day. Right? So please use this technique. So if you want more ideas, I will show my YouTube channel. You can get more ideas from there. Can you see? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir,
so
we can.
there's a lot of content. Particularly, there's a playlist called Zero Cost Physics Experiments. So these are all fun to do experiments, and pinhole camera, circular motion, Vernier calipers, projectile motion, straight line. Many of the things which are actually of 9th to 12th also it is students, it is useful. And for example, there are other things which are not zero cost experiments, but they are like this. They'll be very colorful. So this is a wave.
Yes, sir. We will watch it out, sir.
You can use these videos, and whatever is told in the textbook, almost all the sentences can be seen. Wavefront. Rectangular sheet, M or so this is the maximum, and the bluish color is the minimum. And what we observe is at a given x. Let us see it again. Because you have this topic, waves and oscillation. That's why I'm showing you this. There's a playlist called oscillations. There's a playlist called waves. There's a mechanics playlist. See, actually, I told you 10 experiment, but it is impossible to do all those 10 experiment. Each experiment will take about 2 to 3 hours, but I'm just indicated. So this is a free fall, for example. All the ideas, concepts which are told. Initial speed is high, and more, and the time it takes to go up and come down is also more. It's maximum height and it has come down. This is at the ground level. So here, maximum height, it will come down. So I'm pasting the link there. If you're interested, you can go and check that channel. You'll get more ideas to work. And so I'll stop here. Madam, hello?
Yes, sir.
I think it is 3:30, so I'll stop here. So
You can take a few minutes if you want, sir. Otherwise, it's okay.
Because I thought now the kind of experiments which you have seen are only observation.
Okay, sir.
There is second class of experiments where we can take the readings. Now to take the readings, is it necessary always to go to the laboratory? Yes, lab is necessary, but at home also you can do. I told you this coffee experiment, for example, with thermometer. If you have two lenses, object distance, image distance, all those things can be seen. Magnification, just two lenses. You can do number experiments. It will be same accuracy, same precision that you get in your lab. Simple pendulum, Aksha. So madam has given some time. So let me show how simple and to what accuracy we can do these things. Let me close this and then where is it? Where is it? Yeah, let us see the simple pendulum experiment. The aim of the simple pendulum experiment is to calculate the gravitational constant G. Just a second, it has gone now. So this is a short 1-minute video. I'll not narrate. Estimating the value of G. Why it has become blue? Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the experiment we do in the lab, but this is done with a lemon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
So this is the experiment done with a lemon.
Yes, sir.
And a thread. So I got a G value of 10.09 meter per second square. It is like a good experiment. How about a pinhole camera? It's like not even zero cost. I just cut a hole in the box. So how does it look inside? It looks like this. That's the inside view. Close it and you see the image. Can you see the image? Hello?
Not clear, sir.
It's not clear, but can you see this dark region? It is moving.
Yes, sir.
Yes. This is the image. Hands are raised. Hands on the head. Shaking hands. This statement also you will find in your textbook. Simple harmonic motion is a projection of circular motion. Torchlight and a dabba for circular track. There's a pipe. Pipe moves in a circle. And if you see the shadow, it's a projection. It is on a circle. It is moving on a circle, but it appears as a simple harmonic motion. Madam, please tell me whenever the next speaker is ready. I can stop at that time.
Hello, sir.
Do you need a graph paper to see straight lines? What the straight line is, it appears easy, y is equal to mx plus c, but unless we internalize and I'm putting dots at equal intervals of time. So at equal intervals of time, now let us draw the graph. These vertical lines are for equal interval of time. This is the initial time, starting time of our experiment. Water has flowed. Go. Yes. I'm putting dots at equal intervals of time. So this is a straight line which you get in many experiments. So as of now, it appears very simple. The water is coming at the same rate, and then there's a straight line. But most often we see that though we know that y is equal to mx plus c, but when it comes to interpreting that for a physics experiment, it becomes very difficult. Why? Because now this is at a faster rate. The slope will change because the water is coming more. Projectile motion. Pen as a projectile. Old tape recorder has an antenna that gives me a measure of angle. So you are told that as a function of angle of projectile, what happens? Zero, 15 increased. The distance it goes has increased. $45. Vernier calipers. So the vernier calipers is the least understood. So is this part 1 or part 2? It is 2 of 2. So let us how to measure using a vernier calipers, because it's so small that you cannot see. So using 2 plastic strips which are available. So this let me skip it. Let me go to another playlist. Have you heard of the word Lissajous figures? Students? 11th class? Have you heard?
Sure.
This is a simple harmonic motion. We always say that simple harmonic motion, the solution is sin omega t cos omega t. Here we actually see it. So I'm showing all these things just to show that it is possible. Not that I have done it or it is on my channel. It is just to show that it is possible. And some things which are not possible can be explained using visualization. In this video, I'm going to use the concept of rotating vectors to visualize the addition of oscillations at right angles. So I'll skip the intro. I'll just want to show 1.28 radians with the vertical axis, and the actual oscillators moves in this direction. Let us see that. Don't worry if you do not understand. I just want to show how it works, how it can be useful in learning. And this is oscillator 2. In textbook, one of these graphs will be given, and we are supposed to understand all this, that it is moving and then arrow is circling. How to use the rotating vector to projection is here, and we are goes like this. Let me put a marker also. So this black dot is the combined motion time graph. You description. So at any given time, so it critically depends on because this vector and this is the combined motion. So the blue line is the actual path as a function of time. Now let us consider interesting cases. Because the amplitudes are same. So for circle, the amplitudes should be same and the phase difference should be pi by 2. Then the motion would be clockwise. Next, let's go to 3 pi by 2. Pi by 2. The initial phase of the second oscillator, and it appears like a circle. Yes, it is a circle. So when angle is 3, phase difference is 3 pi by 2, and amplitudes are equal, it will be counterclockwise. Yeah, hello ma'am. So today I just wanted to impress upon you two things, that in learning you are important, you should learn. What textbook says is correct, what your teacher says is correct, they are correct. But now have you understood, have you internalized it or not? So to internalize it, the fastest way is hands-on wherever possible. And I have introduced my YouTube channel where colorful visualizations are possible. Not only this, now these days there are so many things. We go to YouTube, there are so many content available. Map it to your syllabus, so you can make learning faster. Classroom is the first step, lab is the first step, but you have to take many more steps because your teacher and others cannot come with you in all those steps because you have to learn. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, G. Manoj sir, and for both your sessions, sir. Morning on the garbage and now learning easy. How to learn physics easily. Both sessions were wonderful, sir. Thank you so much for being with us today, sir. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Well, sir, I'll share your mail ID to the students so that they can call you.
Yes, yes, please feel free to mail ID. And, any doubts? Yes.
As you have already shared your YouTube channel, it will be beneficial for them also, sir. Thank you so much. Say thanks to sir. If you want to say something, students, you can convey your regards to Manoj sir. Like the sessions very much. Aha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you a lot, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir. The session was very interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you a lot, sir. For a good experimental and practical based.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I'll be there for 5 minutes. I want to see what next sir is telling. So
Okay,
that's
sir.
why I'm available. So I'll just close my video and audio.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
That will be a pleasure, sir. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now we are waiting for Syed Nizamuddin, sir, from IIT Hyderabad.
Acha, మళ్ళీ ఇంకో క్లాస్.
You join in now.
Madam, I am already present here.
Okay, sir. Okay. 1 minute, sir. Sir, please make him up. Wait, 1 minute, wait, sir, please.
Sure, sure.
Madam, the presentation is.
Okay, let's welcome in our this session our Dr. Syed Nizamuddin Khadri, sir. And sir is an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Hyderabad. And sir did his PhD from University of Groningen, Netherlands. And the research interests are solid mechanics, impact mechanics, fluid structure interaction, lattice material, and metal foam. And the topic on which sir will be having some light today, that is basic experiments in kinematics. A warm welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being with us today here, sir. You can take the session, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you so much for the nice and kind introduction. How do I share? Okay. Okay, unable to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Some horizontal lines you should be seeing, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible,
Yes,
sir.
yes,
Right,
yes.
good. Right, good. So my internet connection is not so good, so I will not switch on my camera because it is quite bad here. So I mean, fine. So even inside IIT, you know, internet connection can be bad. So you know, I mean, that is what this is. That's how Indian working conditions are. But that's perfectly fine. Fine. So the topic today we are going to talk or discuss is some basic experiments in kinematics. Okay, so first thing what you would be notice is the students can notice is that my handwriting is very bad. Okay, so what I want to tell you is that, you know, even if you have bad handwriting, don't worry about it. You can try to improve definitely, but you know, I mean, even if you have bad handwriting, you can still become a professor in IIT. Okay, that doesn't stop you. Fine. So what I'm going to talk about today is, am I online? Yes. So what I'm going to talk about is something very simple stuff which you can do it in your home. Okay. So basically I'm trying to tell you, or I will try to show you how you can do some basic measurements on kinematics at home. Okay. So all you need for this is basically a mobile phone. With camera, of course. Okay, so camera with a mobile phone is something which we all have in our homes, you know. At least if you don't have, you know, you will be having some neighbor or some relative or a friend or a family friend. They will always have a phone with a camera. So the idea is that you can use this camera and you can do some very fascinating experiments to learn a bit of kinematics. Okay, So what we will do is we will try to quickly uh, see what is the basic. So what I will do is the idea is to give you very elementary introduction on how you can do things, okay, and I will show you some very basic examples, and you can build upon this whenever whenever you have some time. So what is the very basic stuff in kinematics? So the kinematics is basically you talk about motion of objects, okay. So let's say you have a particular object, let's call the object A, okay, and let's say this A fellow, A moves from, let's say, this location to some other location, okay. So we say that A has moved from one location to another location. So what we do is we try to describe this motion of this object A as follows. First, what we do is we define a coordinate system. So we say that, okay, fine, we say this is going to be the origin of my measurements. So whenever you try to measure or try to analyze whatever you do, you always set your origin. You have to set your origin both in space as well as in time. So that is kind of important. So let's say this is my origin, x equal to 0, and then let us say that this is my coordinate axis. So that is, let's say, my coordinate axis is. So what is happening at, let's say, this is my beginning of time. So let's say this is the time t equal to 0. The object is at this location, and let's say that after some time the object will be in this location, okay, and let's say the time corresponding this to, it could be, let's say, t will be, let's say, t1, and let's say after some time the object would be somewhere here, okay, and the time corresponding to this particular instant is going to be t2. And usually what we do is we try to represent this. So we say that the object A has moved, okay, and we try to figure out how this object has moved, okay. So understanding the motion of objects is what we call as kinematics, okay, in a broad sense. Fine. So now how we typically represent this motion is we try to have a graph, okay, or a plot. So what we do is we try to have two axes. So one, let's say, is going to be the vertical axis. This is going to be, let's say, the x coordinate, and let there be a horizontal axis, which we usually call as a time axis, okay. And what we see is here, let's say at this particular location, instant time t equal to 0, the position is at 0x. So that point is going to be this particular point. And let's say when time is equal to t1 and when time is equal to t2, the object A has gone from this location to a new location and to a newer location. So now at time t1 it will be somewhere here, and at time t2, let us say, it would somewhere here, and let us say all these points would fall on a, say, straight line. Okay, so what is happening is that we say that this object A has moved, okay, in time. So now I can slightly vary the motion. So what I can say is, okay, fine, what is happening is, let's say the fellow A at time t equal to 0 is here, okay, and let's say at time t equal to t1, the fellow A is going to be here. And let's say at time t equal to t2, this A object is going to be here. So what is happening is that at time t equal to 0, both this black A and red A, they start at the same location. At time t equal to t1, this red A is moving only by half of the distance. So at time t equal to t1, the red fellow is at this particular location, and at time t equal to t2, this fellow A is going to be at this location. So again, it's going to be, let's say it's going to be like a straight line, like this. Okay. So what you see is here basically that the black fellow is traveling a larger distance in a given time, but the red fellow is traveling a shorter distance in a given time. Okay, because when you go from this time 0 to t2, the distance traveled by this black fellow is from here to here, but when you go from 0 to t2, the distance traveled by the red fellow is only this much. Okay, so what we typically say is that the black fellow is faster and the red fellow is slower. Okay, this is something which we all know. Okay, this is something which so whenever you travel a more distance in a given time, you have a higher speed, and when you try to travel a lesser distance in a given time, you will say that you are moving at a lower speed. Fine. So now let's try to put in some complexity here. Okay, let's try to make a next step. Let us talk about this object A again. Where's my marker? Okay, it's here. Let me bring in some cursor.
Sir, some resound is coming, sir.
Okay, that is it okay, madam? No, or how is it? Because there's no sound in this room except for the fan noise. Are you hearing some echo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see if there's anyone else who is switched on. Participants. Let's say mute all. Okay. Fine. Is it okay? I hope this is better. Okay, good. Fine, let's try to graduate a bit. So let's try to solve the same object. Let's try to talk about the same object A, and let us say we'll try to draw the similar plot. That's going to be my time axis, and that is going to be my space coordinate. Okay, and this is time t equal to 0. Let's say some time t1, and this is some time t2, and so on. Now, let's say the particle A or the object A is moving such a way that it is between 0 and t1 it is moving like this, and then between t1 and t2 it is trying to move like this. Okay, so what happened earlier is that what you had is a straight line. So no matter what time you looked at, we say that speed is going to be the same. Now what is happening is that in this particular case, between this time 0 to t1, let's say the time 0 to t1 and t1 to t2 are same. So let's say these fellows are equal intervals. Okay. So what we say is that between t0 and t1 the object is moving slower, and when between t1 and t2 the object is trying to move faster. Okay, this is simple. Now let us see another kind of motion which goes like this. So let's say you have this